Hello, good evening, and welcome to Sunday Night Trucking. Can we just double check here that you can hear me and see me okay? Because I just noticed a bunch of messages there about buffering and frame drops and so on. Are we okay in AV land, or have we gone full rip already? Let me just take my jacket off. The audio's a bit quiet. Turn your volume up then. In all honesty. Turn your volume up. Alright, it seems to be fine again. Okay. Well, that was weird. I did notice some drop packets. We had a few drop packets right there when you were saying it's lagging. So I know it was a problem, but it seems to have settled down. Not really sure what happened, to be honest. Anyway, have you had a good weekend? Are we all good? We're all looking forward to some trucking. Has LGS for G27 gone rip? What do you mean? No, the special guest is Mandlesoft. I did post on Facebook and Twitter. I'm going to get Mandlesoft in for a chat. He's going to answer your questions about Vive la France or Promods, Matt. We'll get him in and have a talk. Not spoken to him for a while, actually. Have I been to Finland? In real life, no. Been to Sweden, not been to Norway. You're a bit hungover. Have you had a Saturday night to remember? Oh yeah, the G27 went wrong last week. Yeah, I think I've sorted that. That's because of the update. The Windows update caused that. Thankfully, I've not had a Windows update this week, so we should be good. Yeah, we're going to talk with Mandlesoft, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to get him in on Discord. We're going to have a chat with him. Does the DLC have Michelin tyres? No. No, he doesn't come with that. Who is he? He's one of the guys from the Promods team who now works at SCS. He recently moved to Prague and now works at SCS. That's one of the map guys. You've been watching SquirrelPlus. Did you ever do the Doyle cam? Not yet, Floaty. Hello from Mexico. Hello, sir. Windows Update disabled your antivirus? Wow. It probably disabled it in favour of its own, I'd guess. Right, we are in Plymouth. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to get a job out of here. Although that job's showing wrong, I think. We're going to get a job over to Roscoff and then make our way down through France. That's the plan. That is the plan. This is the truck I used in the Vive la France video. I thought we'd maybe just jump in that and get going. Because I'm sure you're all itching to see Vive la France rather than me configure a truck tonight. No Windows update for you yet. You're lucky, dude. When it does come, it'll break stuff. Let's first of all find Piggy. And we shall very quickly go through some messages. No, I don't really want to take a Renault. I mean, if they'd have done the Range T, I would have took that, but I'd rather not travel around in a Renault Magnum or, you know, I just feel compelled to paint it pink. So let's take a truck I like, shall we? What's wrong with your ears, sir? Non-stop anniversaries? Yep. Do we need to turn it down a bit? Yep, it's like this on Sunday Night Trucking at the beginning. People like to click their anniversary button. Let me try and quickly catch up on the messages and then we'll get going. No, the Range T is not in it yet. As I said in my video, the Range T is not here. You said you can't sub with Prime, James? Why not? Do you have the Pro bundle? I have Track IR with the Track IR 5 with the Pro bundle, yeah. I do. And hence why I've got this little, whatever you want to call this, the active sensor thing. Yeah, as I said in the vid, I would have thought the Range T was the ideal time to release in Vive la France, but the fact that they haven't done it implies they couldn't, for whatever reason. I'm sure they would have liked to. Right, let's read some messages. Bob8122, thank you for 11 months. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Bob. Squirrel's third hand, 3 months plus 3 hands equals Squirrel Love. To you, Mrs. Squirrel and Lord Doyle. Keep it up. Didn't quite get that for us. Thank you, Squirrel's third hand. Nagar Fox with 2 months. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Keep up the good streams. 30x Gamer with 9 months. Twitch baby hype. Declan W075 with a resume. Draken118 with a new sub. Blue Brothers with 16 months. Am I the first one of your favourite streamer, Squirrel Nuts? Squirrel Nuts. Am I the first one? Oh, no, sorry, it wasn't Blue Brothers. Not quite. WDV021, 11 months as well, thank you. Jikes with half a year. It's now got Silver Acorn. Vertikiller with 3 months. Wow, 3 months already. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you. Chesa Soldier with 31 months. Hello, Paul. Thank you for all the entertainment and keep up the excellent work. Thank you, Chesa. 31 months. Not far off 3 years. Chimera 4891. Thank you for 2 months. Kev M76. Welcome to the house, Kev. Jallerwood 98, 5 months. Squeak Gaming with 17 months. Scarebot with 9. Yes, Twitch baby hype, and I now have a new Turtle Beach headset. Other headsets are available. Lewis Clegg. Welcome to the house, Lewis. BCS with 40 months. I cannot believe it's already been 40 months. That's amazing, BCS. Say hi to Cindy for me. Thank you for 40 months support. Jack Sims, 29 months. Am I still alive, Kappa? Apparently, Jack, you are. A nice cup of tea, 61, with a Silver Acorn, 6 months. Baz with 17 months. Here we go. Finally, I can celebrate another month down, but I still have another surprise for the Nutters later. Oh, and did you know, I asked Stephen earlier if he's having a takeaway tonight, and he said no, but I might have a quick drive to McDonald's. Silver Fennekin. Hello, Paul. Going to be lurking while shiny hunting on the new Pokemon game, so vive la France, vive la revolution. Thank you, Silver Fennekin. Squirrel's awesome, 16 months. My internet is intermittent, so I won't be staying around. New router coming on Tuesday, so I'll be here next week and forever. Okie doke. Viper4837, 3 months. Ryan Wolfrise. Ryan Wolfrise. With the resume. Thank you, Ryan. Oldie0021. 12 months, 1 year anniversary. Yep. With a lots of trucking fun. What a nice Scania. Vive la France. I love it. Thank you very much, Ollie. Happy anniversary. Nevermore with 2 months because reasons, and you're worth the resub. Thank you. Chris94, hey! Looking forward to Vive la France. Finally, Amazon Prime is available here in Norway. But Twitch Prime is not available yet. I will resub with Twitch Prime when it gets here. Ooh, at least it's on its way, Chris. Piero, AV 10 out of 10, and now can we get 100 billion likes? In reference to the video I showed you the other day. Thank you, Piero. Pampizzi with 2 months. 2 months, not even due my Twitch baby scan. Nope, you're still a little while away from that. Duffman 1991, thank you for 26 months. Vrome 10, 5 months. On this one already, new Squirrel Nuts next month. Indeed, Vrome. Jay Spence, half a year. Oh my god, it's really 6 months. PogChamp, that's crazy. And I get my silver. Keep on trucking, Paul. All you do, and watch out. Gold Cap, I'm coming for you. Kappa, enjoy the new content of France. Squirrel, yes, Squirrel love. Thank you, Jay Spence. Hearts Haulage with a resume. Mr. Creeper, 1611800. Sorry, 1611100. 18 months. Hello, Paul. Squirrel, hi. Thank you for 1.5 years, Mr. Creeper. And I think we're up to date. We are bang up to date. Thank you for your support, guys. Right. Let's have a quick look at the job market because I thought I picked a job here. Let's see. Yeah, I did pick a job. A drive over to Rennes in France. So we're going to take the ferry into Roscoff and then we'll begin our journey. We're going to wing it around here and see what's happening. Jim Dandy 330, thank you for 12 months. 1 year support, Jim. Wow, 12 months already. Keep up the great videos and streams. Fopper 93. with 10 months, and Harry Cardus with 3 months, and Callum5347. Welcome to Nows, Callum. Adenion? Thank you for the resume. Right. I think she's good enough to take to France, don't you think? I think she looks good. Got the French flag on. Got the mid-lift going. I've put a 620 in there, an R620 V8. Are you going to try and hit 20,000 Ks tonight? That is not going to happen, bro. That's a lot of driving. You kill this game. Thank you for subbing. Welcome to that house. For some reason, you're starting to cry, big-headed. That's very random. BCS, Cindy Cheer, hooray Paul, said my name, and she waves back at you. Thank you, BCS. Hi again, Cindy. UK Sims 17, welcome to that house. James the Red Engine, thank you for 10 months. Wow, time flies. Good evening, all. Thank you, James. Milo the Cow with 13 months. Nope, not up to date yet. The last clickers are in there. Right. 1L. Let's get this thing into high. That'll do. Let's go and get our stuff. Actually, might want to adjust that mirror. Let's go and see France, shall we, peeps? Right, later on I've got some keys to give out for Vive la France DLC, courtesy of SCS. They've sent over some keys to give to you lovely peeps. Very kind of them. Look at the decoration on the side. Look at that scanner over the handle there. And the one down the side of the window. It's just beautiful bits of trim. Love it. You'll see the difference between the vanilla UK map and the new DLC parts quite clearly. Says Mandlesoft. I missed the combo. Mr. Coolwiz. Just waiting for the cap to be sent to me now. Arrived the next day to my UK address after ordering the day before. Surprised I never got asked about the cap or who this squirrel is by Mum. Yeah. What's this cap about, Coolwiz? Shut up. Thank you for the resume. Jules151, your truck is floating. Is it? I don't think it is though, Jules. That wheel looks like it's on the ground to me. That one's floating because I mid-lifted it. Might just be an illusion though. So we kind of got some contact here. Looks fine to me. Maybe you need to adjust your set though, Jules. Do I think the 8S rescale will come out of beta this week? Me personally, no idea. He's making noises like he's going to let me go though. Maybe I need to turn up the interior volume. The scanner is a bit quiet. I'm thinking it's in here somewhere. Just before we pick that up. Currently on 2. Let's try that. Right, what are we taking to France then? We're going to take some nylon cord. Taking nylon cord, 24 tons of it. Who knows what they're making with the nylon cord, eh? Right, which one are we going for? That one. Why you know stop driving on the wrong side of the road, bottle cracker? Okay, we're going there, are we? Are we going there with the whole wrong side of the road gambit? Right, I've got advanced coupling turned on, so either this trailer's going to work or it's not. My guess is it's not. My guess is this trailer is not working with advanced coupling. Because if it was, it would have connected. Does the trailer parking mod work with 126? Do you mean the one that stops it from showing the flashing green thing? Yes, it does. Also, I downloaded some JazzyCat packs today, which are compatible with 126, so we should see some JazzyCat stuff in the mix as well. Actually, thinking about it, I'm sure I downloaded another one which I haven't enabled. The military one. I'll have to put the military one in later. Mr. Sims fan, no, the range T, if you saw my video, does not come with the DLC. Right, so we've got Mandlesoft in chat at the moment, but we're going to get Mandlesoft on voice chat at about 30 minutes, okay? And then he'll answer your questions. It'll be easy to answer your questions when he can speak. That's the plan. What the heck is going on here? Why is he stopped on the roundabout? Why is he giving way to these cars? This is really odd. Oh my god, I don't understand what they're doing here. Yeah, I'm going. I'm not waiting for another one. That is pretty weird. Because indicator, no, it's not that. He wasn't waiting for me. He was waiting for the vehicles in the next lane to me. That's what they were waiting for. It's an unusual way of giving way. Sadly, I don't think he was giving way. Not to me. Anyway, when he's on the roundabout, he's got right of way. He shouldn't give away at all. The AI doesn't understand roundabouts, pretty much like real life. Yeah, probably. Vive France comes out tomorrow, Olsman. How much is it in US dollars? Is it on Steam yet? Because somebody posted the prices yesterday on the stream. I think from memory it was $18.99, but that's only from memory. Right, he's giving way to me now, but I'm not actually on the... No, I'm not on the roundabout. Nor am I indicating. Always give way to the right in the UK unless the road signs state otherwise. Well, when you enter a roundabout, you give way. When you're on a roundabout, you don't need to give way. That's the whole point. Yeah, but the price of the DLC is going to be the same as Scandinavia was, so whatever that was. You think £14? Yeah, I'd guess it's going to be about that kind of mark. It's going to be under $20, I think. Right, let's get the ferry to France, shall we? Does Jazzycat AI work with 126? Yes, if you go to Jazzycat's website, so I noticed it's not on the mod websites yet, nor is it in the forum, on SCS's forum, but if you go to Jazzycat's website, he has posted updates for at least 5 of the mod packs for 126, and the AI pack is one of them. Right, we're going to Roscoff, peeps. It's a 7-hour trip. Oops, wrong button. Let the hype begin. Alright, I assume we'll go this way. Who's a special guest? Mandlesoft. Mandlesoft is a special guest. Lisette Logistics on the left there, look. Oh, have I come out the right way a sec? The map expected me to come out a different way, that's interesting. Maybe there was another way to get out of here. Looks like we can go straight on anyway. Why do we need a speed bump there? Do you use sound fix enhancements? I can't remember if that mod was updated or not. I remember having to disable it. I can't remember if I put it back. The sound fixes one. I'm not sure. There was one that definitely broke the game that I had to disable. Oh my life, I genuinely thought he was going into me then. I think I couldn't find an autumn or winter mod that worked yet, so obviously it's going to look like a summer kind of theme to it. Straight on. Yeah, the vegetation is quite nice actually. The new eco fuel stations there. Oh, sorry, eco. Yeah, the mid is up. I should have put it down, shouldn't I? Never mind. Right, I've got a few messages to read here as we leave Roscoff. Let's see. Jules Parkston Docker. 3-month support, thank you, Parkston. Tora Kafka with 14 months of brilliance. I thank you, Paul and Nutters. Thank you, Tora Kafka. Oh, look at the baled hay there all wrapped. That's pretty cool. Left leg limping. Thank you for subbing. The Dark Mug. Thank you for subbing. Oh my god. Reading chat hype. Sylvester Temple. Triple sub, guys. Thank you so much for joining the Nut House. Elvis Ain't Dead, 18 months. White Wolf, 12 months anniversary. Thank you, White Wolf. Gold cap for you. Swordplay 2016-12. Sorry, 2612, I should say. Thank you for joining the Nut House. The Dark Mug. Hello there, Paul. How's it going? Long time no see. It's good to be back watching you. Had to sum again. Now I'm able to watch. Keep up the good work. Welcome back, Dark Mug. Thank you for your support, sir. A sub and a delivery. Ooh, what is that trailer? Is it going to be a Steam sale this Christmas? I would have thought so. But we'll see. Polar Bear, hello. If I use a stack exhaust from my Mighty Griffin pack, they clip some stock box trailers when you do a sharp turn. Please could you see if yours is doing it? That's interesting. I'll try and remember to check when we make a sharp turn though, Mr. Polar Bear. Probably, is what I would say. The Chuck Nade. Thank you for subbing and welcome to the house, Chuck Nade. I'm doing fine, Cricketer. How are you? Have you ever been to Finland? I'm pretty certain you asked me that at the start of the stream. Because I definitely remember answering. And if it wasn't you, I have answered somebody else. No, we don't know when the Range T's released. No idea. There has been no word on that. Johnny H97, thank you for subbing. Welcome to the house, Johnny. The Socko, thank you for 11 months. Wow, love your channel. The chat is the best. GG to you and the mods in this community. Thank you, Lasocco. Oh, there's a complete winter mod that works, Cricketer. Is it in the Steam Workshop? Or is it on a website? Because I want to get that for when I start driving near Christmas. We need to get that winter theme going. Does the France DLC up the amount of drivers you can hire? I didn't test that. I don't know. Yeah, the Bugatti is going to come from the Jazzy Cat mod pack. So those vehicles are coming from Jazzy Cat, not from the DLC. Let me make that clear. Trying to go external camera so we can see some scenery. Anonymous, thank you for that delivery, sir. Whatever you said. Look at that railway bridge. Oh no, it's an old bridge. It's not a railway bridge. It's an old road bridge. Wow. No, none of my giveaways are for subs, Kieran. Like, subs have an improved chance of winning as a sub benefit, but the giveaways are for all. Oh, definitely a steering wheel. You can tell when somebody's using keyboard and mouse because you get that digital steering effect. Sinclair Plays, thank you for 12 months, 1 year anniversary. Gold top for you. Digging for Ryan Loser. Love you, loser. Thank you, Sinclair. We need to go off down some side roads. Let me just check the routing as well. Because what I don't want to do is just... I don't want to just motorway the whole thing, you know? So we're going to be coming up to Rennes, and then there's like a massive circuit around Rennes here. Look at that. So when we get a delivery out of Rennes, I don't know where we're going to end up going, but, you know, we've got these highways. We've also got these, like, little roads here. So what I want to do is, like, go down those, because that's often where they've put slightly more interesting things. Debs, how you doing? Blimey, welcome back. That is a long time. Reminds you of the M25, Connor. What, because it goes around Rennes, you mean? Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, maybe Easter eggs, Connor. I don't know if they put Easter eggs in it. They often do, but just like more interesting little things, little buildings they've put in, or monuments, or whatever. When is the S-Line being released? I don't think it's going to be for a little while, Dakflip, but if you look on their blog, they posted pictures where they'd gone to the Scania factory and they'd marked up a Scania S, and there was basically taking photographs of all angles. And when you see them doing that, that's when they're going to go away and model the truck, so... But I remember them telling me once that it takes about 6 months to do an entire truck. Now, maybe it won't take that long in this case, because maybe they'll take the basic Scania. I don't know if they're going to start from scratch. I don't know. But if that's true, we're going to be looking at middle to end, middle-ish of next year, I think, before we see it. Yeah, they 3D scan the truck, so they've got to do the interior as well, and then get approval from Scania, which probably takes weeks, knowing Scania, and then get it all, you know, published. I'm using a G27 wheel, bro. My trusty G27. Crusher UK, thank you for the resume, and 23 months. You are so close to that golden acorn, sir. So very close. User help. No idea. You got G29 for Christmas? Yeah, it's a good wheel. I just prefer the layout of the 27 shifter. Why is this guy going so slow? Oh, it's 70 down here. My bad! So we're going around Rennes at the moment. That little circuit around Rennes. Not in VR, no. I mean, I have played it in VR before, but not Vive la France. Baz, 1 of 3. Wow, is it story time with Baz? Okay, Paul, I told you there'll be another surprise from me tonight. So I just gifted a Star Citizen complete starter pack. Wow. For you to give away tonight. Sub times 4 on that one, please. Now the way it's... and then it's cut. Wow, guys. Baz has given away a copy of Star Citizen starter pack. For later. We'll do that when we give out the Vive la France keys. Thank you, Baz. Please remind me, I might forget. Now the way it works is you only have to forward the gifting email to the lucky winner, who can click on the link and register a game account to claim his prize. But for those entering the giveaway, you need a decent rig to run the game. Minimum quad core, 64-bit OS, DirectX 11 graphics as well as a good connection. Current alpha is 30 gigabyte download, so you better cope with that. Blimey. Right, thank you, Baz. As he says, if you want to win Star Citizen later, you can, but you're gonna need a decent PC and internet to run it. Crazy Mudkip, thank you for the resume there. And NM Sonic, 37 months. Right, that bridge there, I showed that in my video, if you remember. That kind of three upright bridge. That is, in case you're wondering where that is, on the south of Rennes, just here, right outside the town. Oh, 30 gig download's not that much. I mean, GTA is what, 70? It's the kind of thing you can just leave overnight. Thank you for the giveaway, Baz. HT, thank you for 13 months. Hell yeah! Right, we're getting off here. I think what we'll do is we'll go into the town here, deliver, and then we'll rest to take it overnight. Then we'll pick up a job somewhere. You know what this roundabout reminds me of? Basically UK motorways. They're often like this, with a roundabout above the motorway, so you get off up a ramp and then go around the roundabout. They often do this kind of style though in the UK. The other option is when they put the motorway over the top and then the roundabout underneath, so you go down to the roundabout. That's another common one. No, we're not on Promods now, Elite Game GT3. Promods doesn't work with 126 or Vive la France currently. Kenny Mo 46, Sunday night trucking plus a massive mug of coffee and a Chinese takeaway. Has to be the best hangover cure. Keep it the great way, school. Greetings from Scotland. Wow. A coffee and a takeaway. Brilliant. Lieutenant Von Nutty. What a good name. Thank you for the resume there. Zinum82. Thank you for 3 months. Why was Squirrel late for work? Traffic was nuts. 3 months, bro. Thanks for all the great streams. Thank you for 3 months. Right, let's have a look at some more scenery here as we come into the sunset. Yeah, Euro truck off-ramps have always been narrow. Always. The set logistics. So this is Rennes. Currywurst Gyros. What a name. Thank you for subbing. Welcome to the house. That is a crazy name. Oh, there's a discoverable on our left here. We'll probably get that in the morning. Unless we can do a loop though. Hang on. Yeah, we could do a loop. Why not? My green screen colour isn't matching the game colour. What the heck does that mean? I have no idea what that means. Oh, I see what you mean. Hang on. 1 second, I see what you mean. That is slightly off there. I can see that. Right, 1 second, I need to fix this. So first of all, we've got to show the green screen, which means turning... Actually, I think we can fix this a different way. 1 second. Yeah, it doesn't matter that I drove into something. Has that fixed it? Who cares about the Stein? Right, has that fixed it? I think mostly fixed it. I think it has. It looks okay. It's still there. Are you sure? Has that fixed it or not? It's kind of hard for me to see. Signs have feelings too. Wait, somebody behind me's got the world's worst horn. Listen to that. It's all fixed. Alright, let's go. Let's go. A recruitment agency. Yay. Morph1155, I keep meaning to ask which mod the interior cab light is part of. Ooh, shiny scan your drool. Interior light. That sometimes comes with the truck. Like, it doesn't come with this truck. The only one I can think you mean is the, oh, what's that mod pack called, guys? Eldhor, you really need to be looking for what you see now spelled there. If you don't know, it's not... Okay. Yeah, well, we'll fix it another time, Eldhor. It's because I had to mess about with my camera settings again. That's what it is. I was going to say something then. I think it's the accessories pack you mean. I think I know which one you mean, the accessories. I missed your delivery, Steve. No, I'm sorry, bro. Where is it? I don't know where it is, Steve. Oh, there it is. Hello, Paul. Recovering from a night out in Runcorn. That's harsh, man. That's harsh. Last night, turned 25. Last Friday, my bank account has suffered now, though. Oh, man. Happy birthday. A belated birthday. Sorry I missed your message there, Steve. I guess it flew past between Zinham and Ryano. Happy 25th, sir. XP96, thank you for subbing. Caesar H24, likewise, thank you for subbing, guys. Double sub. And here, Johnny, thank you for the resume. Is it me or are speed bumps too aggressive in this game? You know what I mean? They're full on. Is the suspension not good enough or are the bumps just too aggressive? I'm not sure which. We're dropping off here, I think we are. Wait, where the heck is the drop-off point? I don't think I'm going too fast. If you go over at like 20 kilometers per hour, you still get wrecked. We're not dropping off there. Oh, have I got to select the parking difficulty? What? I thought I had it on automatic. I thought I had that on auto. Hang on. Parking difficulty. Always select? No. How did that get reset? That's better. Right, in front of us. I don't know how that got reset. I always have that on always skilled. That's why that threw me. Nah, I don't need to go back and select. You just choose the option if you want. Why does Windows 10 keep breaking Logitech software? Yeah. Always plug it back into the same USB port and that you'll go a lot further with it. 1FIWS, thank you for subbing. Welcome to NetHouse. Mr. Rayano, oh my god, 2 months hyper, can't believe it. 2 solid months of great entertainment, can't wait for more solid content. Squirrel love. PS, on ETS2MP, anyone want to join me, I'm loaning. Does anybody want to drive with Rayano? He's lonely. Wow, this thing steers very oddly. Whoa. Biffin Bridge, because Logitech does not create good driver software. It's just really bad at creating driver software. It never keeps them up to date. When new OSs come out, it doesn't update them. Honestly, it's terrible for drivers, Logitech. They make nice bits of equipment, but the software is rubbish. Forza Ferrari 555. Whoop! 2 months. Merry Christmas, Paul. Bit early, but thank you. Right, we've got some money. 30 grand. Let's go and park up. Where should we go? We can actually go and buy a house if we want to. I missed your resub, Crickter. 9 months, Twitch baby hype. Will it be a squirrel? The complete winter mod makes surface slippery. Oh, also new early late autumn mod on the website. Thank you, Crickster. I'll grab that for next week, I think. Buy houses. No, I didn't mean a house, Debs. I meant a garage. You know what I mean? Not an actual house. Although it would be kind of cool if you could buy houses in the game as well. Is it possible to lift the axles on the trailers? No. We don't know when the range 3 or the Scenic is coming. No idea. Have you tried increasing... Wow. Have you tried increasing the field of view? I know you can, but why do I want to? I kind of like it like this. It's natural. I think the reason you want an increased field of view is if you don't have head tracking, then the field of view is going to give you a lot better widescreen range, but obviously everything's going to get slightly more distorted. Wow, look how rusty the door is. It's somebody to give this place a lick of paint. Look at that. It's horrendous. Why am I buying this place? It's always annoyed me the way you can't pull up in the workshop without all the doors opening up. More field of view equals more realistic in your opinion? Not really, no. It's not the way it works. I mean, if you look at the field of view here, that's on 77. That is more like reality, but your eyes see much wider scope, but that's the kind of depth that your eye normally gets. If you do racing, things like iRacing, there's actually a website you can go to where you can see the size of your screen. You take that measurement, you take a measurement from your eye to the screen, and then it'll tell you what field of view to put in, and it's surprisingly zoomed in. Like, a lot of iRacers race like that. It's crazy. But that's how you get proper depth of perception at speed. But for just messing about in a truck, yeah, you could go like this. But it just everything looks all bent. So, I don't know. I like it somewhere around there. Right, what we'll do is we'll get ourselves a job. And then we're going to get Mr. Mandlesoft in and have a chat, and he's going to answer your questions. Just bear in mind that he can't answer questions about things he's not allowed to tell you, right? So, you know, anything that he can't tell you, you'll just have to say, I can't tell you. In real life, do I like nuts? Yes, I do. The autumn mod for this patch, I don't know where the updated one is. There is one updated, apparently. Right, let's see where we can go. Cars. Over to Paris. No. Nuremberg, Birmingham. You know what I should have done? I should have shortened the length of... Yeah. I should have shortened the length of jobs. Isn't there a gameplay option for that now? Is it gameplay? Preferred job length. I mean, I don't... Does anybody know what this slider does, apart from gives me a job length of this, or this, or this, or that? What does this mean? I don't know. Let's put it to here. Is that going to give me short hop jobs? I don't know. Yeah, but Paris is already in the game. That one looks like the best one so far. It's going to take us deeper into France. Let's see what else we've got. Oh, hang on. There's one there. That one goes to Le Havre on the northern coast. That could be nice. Oh, we've actually got a couple here. We could go down to Le Mans. Down the coast of La Rochelle. That could be nice. Keeps us down the coast there. Empty pallets. You think we should visit Marseille or Nice? Well, that's going to take a while because they're all the way down. Like, Marseille's right down here. You know, we need to work our way down, don't we? We need to hop our way down. See, I'm concerned if we go here, the jobs are going to start generating to go over there. That's my alarm. My alarm telling me to get Mandlesoft in. Let's go there. Let's get to La Rochelle. God, I've got to drive to the pickup. Right, let's get Mandlesoft in. Let's see if he's around. Let's have all this. Actually, the other thing I was going to do, let me just double check if I downloaded some more mods. Yeah, I did. I downloaded the military pack. I knew I did. Should I install the military mod pack from Jazzycat? Let's have a look. English and base versions. Who's the guest? Mandlesoft. Gonna get Mandlesoft in. Right, we've got the military pack here. Trailers already got installed, I think. Actually, at least if I do this, you can also see what mods I've got. When's the giveaway starting? Whenever I kick it off. You'll have to be patient though. There's no fixed time for it. Polzigan, thank you for 10 months. Let's do S, that'll do. Andy J. Stewart, thank you for 3 months, Andy. Profiles. Atlanta Dark, hello Paul and Nuss is looking forward to a great stream. I ate a baguette to get in the mood. A baguette au fromage. Was wondering if you are ever going to back to Transocean 2. Nope. Nope. That's not happening, bro. Mr. Creeper, thank you for almost 2 years. Glad to help you get to full time. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Mr. Creeper. Almost got the golden acorn as well. Barry D, 11 months. Do you, Barry D? I can't remember. Almost on a year. Is the giveaway finished? Yeah, it's done. You can go now. It's all done. Right, so here's the mods I've got. I have got the sound fixes pack, which does appear to be working. Realistic weather sound is in there, and that working as well. Improved vehicle lights is working. No trailer symbols you've already seen. The HDR effects works. Free photo camera, which allows you to go anywhere with the camera. My garage, which I think's working. ETS2 Hella and truck brands with fog lights. That's in the workshop. I did download that one. Can't remember. That gives you a bunch of Hella lights. That's quite nice. That works. Beacon pack works. Hella illuminator LEDs. I've always liked those. Real tires mod. The wheel pack by 50k. 50k's add-ons. And then we're into Jazzy Cats here. Trailer pack. Blah blah blah. So we're going to bring in the military pack as well, which may reset the job market. There's the only downside to this. It may reset the job market. We shall see. No pizza, no glory. Thank you for 3 months. Vive le troll boots. Rasmus Lint, thank you for 8 months. And Brudino, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the house, Brundino. That's a hell of a good mod. Alrighty then. Looks like it didn't reset us. Beautiful. Okay, so we've now got Jazzy Cat. Let's get let's go and say hi to Mr. Mandlesoft. Where is he? Okay, Mandlesoft is not yet in the chat room. So yeah, whenever you feel like showing up, Mandlesoft, please do. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for him, let's go and collect this trailer. Who's that? Mandlesoft. He's been one of the Promods team for quite a few years, and he has now recently moved to Prague to work for SCS. So, as far as I understand it, and you might want to ask him yourself when you get him in. As far as I understand it, he works for SCS, but he's still doing Promods in his own time, I think. He works for SCS, Chris. He's moved to Prague to work for SCS. Look at the texturing on the fence panels on the left. Can you see that? Like that kind of dirty, grungy look. No, he doesn't work for the SAS. He works for SCS, the people who make this game. If he went to work for the SAS, you probably wouldn't even know about it. Is Mandlesoft a handsome lad? I genuinely have no clue. Some weird questions. Legit Gamer 697. Hello Paul, hope you're okay. It's amazing how many people come here just for the giveaways. I come to watch your amazing streams, give you support. Good luck with the future with your channel, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Alright. He's here, but he can't join the on. Yeah, I know. You just join the lobby. I'll drag you in. Mandlesoft, if you can hear me, just jump in the lobby, and I'll drag you in the room. Oh look, the bridge actually has the train on it. Look. There you go.
Hey everyone.
Hello. Let me turn that game audio down.
So, yeah, I've just disabled the sound off on the video, so, okay. Right. Hello, I'm Mandlesoft. I'm from the Promods team, but I'm now also working for SCS. But, Yeah, so it's getting quite busy for me right now with. Well, I'm now already 2 weeks in Prague, and I work. And I'm doing quite some things with junctions for SES as a starting job, I enjoyed working there, and I have now some time for some questions and for to give some comments about the DLC we are seeing here.
Firstly, thank you for joining me.
Thank you. The honor's all mine.
Second thing is I'm just going to bring your volume up here. Okay, do you want to say something?
Let's see. I see already there's quite some. It's getting a bit fast. So,
That's better.
first of all, there are a few questions that are probably going to ask anyway. The first one will be probably how much will this DLC cost? And I don't know the exact numbers, but I've seen prices between 15 and 20 euros, which is about the starting price of the Scandinavian DLC when it was released. So you could expect it would cost like something like that. Second of all, I think a lot of people watching here are also playing Promods, and the question is, when will it be the next release, and will it be compatible with the France DLC? There is and we have a bit complex plan about that. First of all, our main priority now is to make a compatibility version which works with 1.26, not with the DLC immediately, but the next version, 2.12, could be out in the next few days. We are now trying to get rid of the last errors and some compatibility issues, but that could be released pretty soon.
So what would that be compatible with?
That would be compatible with ETS2 1.26 without the France DLC.
Right, okay. So if you've bought the France DLC, it won't work, but if you haven't, it will.
Yes, because for there's a transition period where quite a lot of people don't have the France DLC. But then there is the second part of our plan, and that is our version 2.15, which will probably be released short after it. And 2.15, what that basically does is remove our old friends and replace it with what we have here in the DLC, including the reworked areas in the north. And that will also be the compatibility release for the France DLC, so you can enjoy both Promods and the France DLC at the same time. And the thing is, how it's set up is that it doesn't need different assets as the 2.12 version, so we can just re-upload just the devs and the map, which are relatively small packages, a few days later than 2.12, and then will be we have a situation that we have two map versions at the same time being supported. So you have 2.12 for the version without the DLC and 2.15 for the version with DLC. Now you will see that some cities will be missing, cities like Poitiers or Tours, but we want to add them in again and upgrade them to reflect the new visuals of the DLC. But that will take some time. We can't do that in, let's say, 2 weeks. That will really take a few months. So, and we ain't got time for that. You ain't got time for that. So, instead we just do a quick and dirty way just to get the France DLC in its vanilla form, like you are seeing now here, and over time we will upgrade areas just like we did with the Scandinavian DLC.
So do you think before Christmas we'll be able to drive with Promods and Vive la France?
If everything goes according to plan, then yes, but then again, don't underestimate Murphy's Law.
Okay. Well, that's cool. I mean, I'm hopeful then.
Yeah.
At least you're not saying, nope, it's never going to happen, no chance.
What is not going to happen is that you immediately get all the seats from France back. That will take quite a while.
So I guess you've got your compatibility patch first, which makes it work with 126. Next goal is 126 plus Vive la France compatibility. And then the next one after that is to kind of integrate Promods and what SCS has done together to get kind of the best out of both worlds.
And probably also some of the new content, because the new these compatibility versions will probably not contain any new content, and if it will, then it's just a small addition. It's not only because we want to postpone new content to a big release, but also the new content is not ready yet. For instance, there are some places that are ready for quite a large portion, but there is an essential portion that is just not developed yet, or the things that are not tested yet, and therefore it will we will not get any new content in this next release. It's purely to make it drivable again for everyone. But hey, DLC France is already a big addition of new content to the game.
No, it's great. Right, let's ask people in chat if they've got any particular questions for Mandlesoft, if you want to just throw them out there. Can you see the chat as well, Mandlesoft?
Yes, I can see the chat here.
Alright, so if you want to pick out some questions you want. In the meantime, do you have any idea why the Range T is not out yet? And if you can't say, that's fine, but I thought I'd ask anyway, because everybody wants to know.
The exact reason I don't know yet, but I do have some things to keep in mind. That could be the cause of the delay. The first thing is if you don't only need to model just the new truck or add new sounds and that sort of thing, but you also have to test it thoroughly and see if everything works okay. But it's not only the truck itself, but also all the paint jobs. And since we get more and more paint jobs, this becomes quite a growing pain to for new trucks.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Your paint team's got a pretty busy life when you add a new truck.
Yeah, probably. So that's why we don't see many new trucks, I think. But also, and of course the licensing problem, but probably that is not really the point with the Rennes Range T, because I think if they wouldn't have the license, they wouldn't have started it. And furthermore, it's not yet being tested by in the closed beta testing, so that's already an indicator that it's not going to happen soon.
Well, yeah, that is sad, but I guess that's the way it is. Tell us about life down in Prague. Like, when did you move, and are you enjoying yourself down there?
Well, I moved at November 16th. I got the early plane in the morning. Too bad it was a cloudy day, so I couldn't see much from the sky. Unlike in October when I went to Prague, and I had a beautiful view over the Netherlands at night with all the lights and cities laid out there. That's a really unique view. But anyway, so I got here, and don't underestimate the work you need to do before you even get here. I think you need to get an apartment, you do need to arrange some insurances, and because I moved from the Netherlands to the Czech Republic, that means that it's getting a bit administratively more complicated.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Because yeah, you basically because not only because you move to a different country, that means that things like insurances, but also things that the government does for you, or even let's say getting a cell phone subscription is making things complicated. And there's also the language barrier.
Oh yes. I was going to say,
Yes.
I take it you don't speak the native language.
Not yet. The course will start on Monday, so
Oh really? You've
But-
got to learn the language. Wow.
yeah, I've got to learn the language. It's more not really for SCS itself, but it's more for more day-to-day things like supermarket or at the restaurant or that sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
that makes sense.
At the first, well, what I did notice at the first day when I arrived there, the broker, she helped me with getting the gas and electricity company things arranged, and she was speaking fluently Czech, so that was quite friendly of her and really helpful. To do that, and I was really tired that day. I mean, I got up at 3:30 in the morning, and we had to wait quite a long time at electrical company, and even more at the gas company. So I was like, let's get this over with. So,
No,
but
it's got to be a big transition for it, isn't it? But I mean,
Yeah.
in terms of like at SCS, have you settled in down there? What team have they put you on? What have they got you doing?
well, I'm now on the mapping team, so I will develop the new parts of the map of an upcoming DLC. What area it is, I can't tell. It's a surprise, and don't you like surprises?
Yeah.
So yeah, but I already started there, and the rest of the mapping team is also starting with prototypes of several areas. But
So you're looking to expand the Euro Truck world even more in the future, then?
yes, and in the vanilla version. So, contrary to Promods, this will also be available for everyone, and this all including, I think, the multiplayer mod, because that's also a thing. The Wolf Front DLC will probably just be multiplayer compatible, and that's something you can't really do with mods, because that would probably add some dependencies to the whole thing, and would make the whole multiplayer bit compatibility a bit complex. Because what would happen if you play on a server with Promods and you don't have Promods installed, and that sort of stuff. So, but with the DLCs from SCS, we know it's thoroughly tested. You know that there are official distribution channels, and you actually practically know that everyone has the same version.
True.
So, yeah. Okay, the other obvious question I get a lot is, since I'm working at SCS, does that mean that I stop working at Promods? No, that does not mean that I stop working at Promods. It is that I will keep doing it in my free time, but I have less free time now. But also keep in mind, the past half a year I had an exceptional amount of free time, because I didn't have a study, didn't have a job. And that means that I had lots of time to do that, but yeah, it couldn't be like that forever. And I need a job, and CS actually offered this job to me when I mentioned that I was looking for it, because they were impressed with the work we did for Promods, and that's how I got in. So
It's cool that you basically you helped create map mods for a game, and then that eventually took you into a job doing the same thing. That's kind of cool when you think about it.
it's kind of cool, but yeah. And yeah, maybe in a few years I will look for something else. But for now, it's a nice experience to work somewhere abroad, and it's something you like, and you can motivate yourself for probably for quite a long time. And as for now, I do enjoy living here. It's also the first time living on my own, and that's all makes the step even bigger. And so far, it surprised me how quickly I settled in here.
Yeah, that's quite a big change for you, that is.
and yet it all feels like it's the most ordinary thing in the world.
So there's a couple of questions in chat that I don't know if you're going to know the answer to, but they keep asking them. One of them is, do you think we'll ever put diff lock in the game? And the other one is, do you think we'll ever put multi-drop in the game? You know, like multi-drop deliveries. I don't know if you know, but they keep asking, so I thought I'd ask.
Yeah, the diff lock, I'm not really an expert in that. I'm more really the expert in how the roads look, how the map looks, and not what is with the actual vehicles itself. So, first of all, I don't really know what diff lock really is, or actually how you actually should work with it. So, but second of all, I don't know what SCS plans are with that. I just simply don't know.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to add more gameplay stuff though, or is it just going to be maps and things?
No, they are still looking for extra gameplay and stuff. There are still things there. There is something that probably is related to multi-drop stuff that is being developed, but they still have some problems with it. I think I've heard one that thing. There were some plans with, or when I was there in I think in August, there was always the question with articulated trailers. So you have multiple trailers behind your truck, and one of the main problems was how it would work with the physics, or what you just saw with the toll gate. The toll gate just closed after your vehicle. But I've seen one of those pictures where the truck has driven through the toll gate, but it closes just before the second part of the trailer.
Yeah, I remember that.
So that's going to be a bit of a problem for the programmers, but
yeah, I remember that happening.
But I don't know more details than that. But
okay, so what about the UK? Is there any plan to rebuild the UK or jump over to Ireland? Do you think anything like that, or is that all under wraps at the moment?
Well, the thing is, rebuilds are a bit of a tricky thing for SES. Like, as a modding team, you can just do that and spend some time like that on it, and don't have to worry about things like legal issues, but also sales. And this is a problem for SES. With rebuild, what you basically do is reselling what you already have again to the public.
Yeah.
So are you willing to pay for something that you already own? I think not. And if SES don't, but to develop a rebuild, so even if you don't have to pay for it, but to develop a rebuild, it costs time and money for so.
Yeah, I see the problem.
Yeah, so
it's basically a commercial problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22.
Yeah, I mean, would I want to pay for the UK again? No, I'd want the UK, but I wouldn't want to pay for it. But then SCS can't really invest a whole load of months of developer time and then not get any money back for it.
So however, there are some smaller solutions that you may not be completely satisfied with it, but at least it's something. The first solution is just not doing all rebuilds, but just small rebuilds. For instance, get rid of all the single lane interchanges. So that would not take too much time, but that would solve some of the gripes that people have. The second thing is, and you already see this in France, is do rebuilds alongside of the mob DLCs in about the same area. So you have now southern front, which is the DLC, but northern front has also gained a touch up, and this was not a decision they had made immediately. It was when they started working on that when there was quite some criticism from the beta testers that the two parts just didn't seem to fit into each other. They look so different from each other, and the transition between two areas was such a hard transition that it was just looking ugly. And people weren't happy about it. So what SCS basically did was they actually listened to the community and said that okay, we're going to do some quick wins there. For instance, replace the cross textures, replace the interchanges, replace signage and some props, and even the flora. And that's how we got rebuilt in the north there. And they did this in, let's say, one and a half months. So they did this relatively quickly. The DLC, so for perspective, the DLC front was in development since August 2015. So
What?
this took, yes, it took that long.
Flippin' heck.
And they did the whole thing in northern France in just 1.5 months.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Now,
Was that with a smaller team, or because I know the team's been expanding, hasn't it? So the problem is when you expand a team is it actually slows the team down for a while because they have to train up the new guys. So is that what's been happening?
That may have been happening, but yeah, now I have like 10 people working on it.
Yowks.
And there's an equal size team for ATS. And but now we have, but there's we are starting already the development on the new map DLC, and for that we have there. It will be a small rebuild of some area in Europe. I will not tell which one, but now it's part of the plan from the beginning. So we may be able to do some more rebuilds there. I did contribute to some rebuilds in the northern front with some interchanges. There are a few standard interchange types that I designed and that are used over and over again as replacement of the old interchanges. There is, for instance, that cloverleaf interchange in Metz, which is also really used in Dijon, which I designed. It has quite some it's completely straight cloverleaf, and it's actually something that they don't really want for performance reasons. They usually make them curved so that you don't have those long sidelines, so that you can lower the triangle count and the draw call count to lower enough so that it can also run on low-end PCs without too much frame drops.
It's all about the triangles, isn't it? How many triangles you've got?
Yeah, but not only the triangles, but also the draw cost. And the draw cost is when you when the game asks for a certain texture shader to be drawn. So let's say, okay, that the game says, okay, I want these triangles to have a gloss texture, and these triangles to have, let's say, a road texture, and etc., etc. Every time that the game does that, it makes a draw call. So and you want to give that low, because if you can have high amount of draw calls, then the game will slow down because it has to load a lot of shaders, and it also eats up your texture memory. And yeah, if you have a lot of textures loaded, it will also slow the game down because it has to do a lot of things in a small amount of time when it's processing all the textures to be drawn, and then you get these frame drops.
How much, when you're building a map, how much time goes into optimizing the map? Like, you know, you sort of build this map and you probably build it out and you put all these different things in it and you're like, oh, that looks really good. And then you jump in the game and it's like 10 FPS. But how much time do you actually spend optimizing the map to get the performance back?
Well, there are some indicators available. You have it's in the so-called mini console, and that's also in your Truck Simulator too. So you see at the top of the screen, you would see some numbers. There was one, the triangle count, the TC. The current norm is to keep that under 800,000. And with the draw cost, which is denoted as DC, we try to keep it under 2,000. With Promods, these specs are a bit higher, but also Promods expect higher end PCs. So that has like more than double both of those norms. But yeah, SES can't just raise its norms like that because otherwise they would exclude part of the market, and people will not be really happy about that. Okay, I see some other questions. Like I see DirectX mentioned quite some times. Thing is, yeah, I think DirectX does increase the performance a bit, but it will not do miracles. Uh, there are some other things that are probably that are probably also limiting the frame rate. Things like the physics engine. That also can slow down the game itself.
Yeah, DX, because it's on DX9 at the moment, isn't it? So when will it ever go to DX12, do you think?
Honestly, I have no idea. Also, if see that you have no jobs going further down south. That's a bit of a pity.
No, I'm going to have to bobtail it down to Bordeaux, I think.
Yeah.
Can't find a suitable job. It's alright, we'll just drive without the trailer for a bit. Yeah, as somebody says, Pavel did say that DX11 support was being worked on quite a while ago, but there's been no news on that. I think everybody's looking forward to improved DX support.
But it's not like just when you just flick a switch. No, it's you basically have to rebuild your whole rendering code and maybe other code like direct inputs and that sort of stuff. You need to rebuild it all over again from the ground up. My brother did some programming work as a hobby, and he wants to upgrade a program. He did it, a quite simple program from DirectX 8 to DirectX 9. He couldn't figure out because DirectX completely redesigned the whole architecture, and then things are not getting really simple anymore to convert these.
No, it's complicated. I mean, it's quite an old established engine, isn't it? So it's got to be pretty difficult to migrate it.
Okay, I see someone asking the question, what countries are planned in the near future? If you talk about SCS, I can't really say which country is now being developed, but there is a thing, there is one clue that you could see, and that is that SES doesn't want to make the new country DLC dependent on having other DLCs at the moment. So let's say this excludes northern Norway and Sweden, Finland, and also excludes Baltics, because you would need either the Scandinavian DLC or the going east for that. And sadly enough, that also excludes Spain and Portugal, because you would need France. But that will leave some all areas open for expansion. And those are also there are also some areas that are quite interesting. So, as for Promods, we are still looking for expanding in Spain, but our main concern is to get things compatible and connect France to our new version of Belgium, but also to Spain. And there's a bit of a funny story. Yesterday, I was at the office. It's Saturday. We have this already this Promods we've discussed with Pavel. Could I do some Promods work at the office? And he agreed on it if it was in my free time. So I went to the office on Saturday, and I didn't write down the hours because I was working for SES then at the moment, and I was getting the Bundesautobahn 5 back in from Basel to Karlsruhe because that was in the same sector as the rebuild of Strasbourg. But we want to have both the new Strasbourg and our own Bundesautobahn 5. So that was quite a complicated process which took me a few hours. but I finally managed to get it in. But I was at the office and completely alone. I was the only one person there. So then you start to notice what the company what company does with the whole atmosphere at the work floor.
So it's not, I mean, you coming in on the weekend, that is like lonely working right there, but I guess you haven't got your computer set up back at the apartment yet.
No, it was supposed to be delivered today, but
Is it not arrived?
it was no.
Oh my god.
Complications, they say.
Oh yeah, right. It's really complicated when you're logistics. I've got to take this parcel from here to here. I guess this means because you're from Promods and now you're working at SCS, I guess it means that you guys can coordinate a little bit and not trample on each other's toes. Like if you say, oh, Promods are going to work on Spain for a bit, then SCS can go, okay, we're going to work on something else. There's no point, you know, doubling up on that. Because if you're constantly working on the same countries, it's just more hassle for everybody, and, you know, people who play the game get less actual drivable country. Whereas if you're working on different things, we benefit from both worlds.
Yeah, but it's more like the reverse. First, like SCS has planned to work on Area A, and we are like, okay, so you work there, so we are...
Whoops.
Okay. So we have stalled development on one area which we know that SCS is going to work on. And instead we put manpower on other projects.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that would make sense. And other things is, we have now a quite deep contact with the SCS itself. Now that I'm really into the company, but we used to have some contact before. But now I can be can coordinate how things would work out between the two teams, and so for now, so I do have access to the latest material, so I can plan ahead to think about what do we need to do to make this compatible in Promods, and what could be how can we plan that? But on the other hand, I can also suggest things like editor changes, or some specific assets. Some notes about things like road markers or all details. And for instance, if you look now at how the French motorways are marked, I was quite positively surprised that it looks complete. It looks correct. It has the dashed lines are having the proper proportions, and they have used X lines. They have even used now for the first time 3-lane highways with an X lane. That's something new.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just driving down that road. Then even the texture on the road is pretty accurate. You know, the lines and everything. It's all good. It's all very authentic.
Oh yeah, and but also a thing now in France. All these toll gates have an autopass now. So even in the old report of France, where they have also replaced all the toll gates, I think it was a suggestion of mine, so that every part in France has autopass. But don't expect to drive there with 100 kilometers per hour and don't stop there, because there is still a barrier there. It just automatically lifts. But if you drive like 30 kilometers per hour, then it's no problem.
So if you go bolting through though, you're going to hit an invisible barrier.
No, not an invisible barrier, a very visible barrier.
Oh, it's a barrier. Okay. So some people are confused about where you're from. Is it Netherlands, isn't it?
Yes, I am originally from the Netherlands.
Right, okay. We have to get that cleared up.
Born and raised there. But I'm now living in the Czech Republic. So, it's a bit of a culture shock, especially because Czech looks like nothing like Dutch or English.
No, it
It's
doesn't. It really doesn't. With French and stuff, I can look at it and mostly guess things, but with the Czech language, I'm looking at it going, I have no clue what that says.
well, for the language buffs amongst us, I think English, Dutch, or French, actually all Germanic and Romance language are so-called analytical languages, where you just where most of the things to determine the meaning in the sentence is done by its different words. Things like if you want to say like how are you going to Prague? Say you go buy car, that sort of thing. But in Czech is so-called synthetic language, where it all is work is being done with conjugations and inflections and cases and the hard grammar stuff.
Yeah, it's beyond me.
It's let's say it's a completely different piece from all the language I've learned so far.
I can't even speak anything other than English.
No.
Right, let's see if we can get some questions out of the chat now for you about Promods or the Vive la France DLC or anything else.
Okay, let's see what we have in the chat. That one I've already. Our season's coming. They had some code for it, right, but it is disabled. And the main problem is the assets, because if you can imagine with the seasons, you probably need multiple variants or instances for almost every model. Like for instance, you want winter version of your map. You need snow-covered houses and that sort of stuff. And sometimes that's not only.
You can get mods. You can get autumn and winter mods. So why can't if some modder can do that, surely SDS can do it.
Well, it puts a strain on the loading times and that sort of stuff, and also it's not. We don't really know how it works out with how you can switch between seasons technically in the game. And there's also a question about trucks getting dirty. I think the same thing applies here. You would need more textures and maybe more layers, and this would need a lot of assets to be reworked. And I don't know if you have time for that, or if it's really worth the extra strain to the whole developer team.
People are asking about a car wash, which basically means, like, this is an ongoing thing. Do you think it'll ever be so that your truck and trailer gets dirty and then you'll have to go and get it washed?
I think chances to see that happening in the short term are very unlikely.
It's just you get it in Farming Simulator, you get it in OMSI Bus Simulator, and people really want it in Truck Simulator as well.
Yeah, but I think it's mostly technical difficulties that are limited, and how much assets you need to rework.
Yeah, I think you just apply textures on top of what you've got. You just apply like a dirt texture and just gradually make it less transparent until it just looks really filthy.
Yeah, but you need to edit on every truck, on every trailer, and you also need to build some code to activate this dirt to be applied on the truck, and that may sound less complicated than it really is. Someone asked for what region from Rennes I come from. Well, I come from South Holland, so in that case, if people say I come from Holland, in my case it's correct. But if you say if someone from that they come from Holland and they come from any other region, then they're not liking that. Okay, let's see. Do you like beer here in the Czech Republic? Sorry to disappoint you, but I just don't drink. I just can't stand alcohol in any form. So no beer, no wine. So sober all the time.
Well, in Britain, we would call that teetotal, even though it doesn't necessarily mean you drink tea all the time, but the phrase means you don't drink alcohol.
Well, there is also something in Dutch called what nickname that's called we called what public pilsner or something, or gemeentepils, which means actually tap water.
Are you sure this guy is from Holland? Somebody said.
Sure, this guy's from Holland. Yes, I'm from Holland. Je want to hear some Dutch? Wil je dat ik Nederlands zou spreken? Ja, dat kan ik wel, ja. Maar gaat de rest niet begrijpen. Okay, that's enough Dutch for you.
No idea what you just said.
I just say, I can't just speak Dutch, but the rest will not understand it.
Well, I've got some mods who would understand perfectly what you just said.
Let's see, how is it going with the Norway expansion? Yeah, that's one of the areas where I say there are quite some areas quite ready, but some essential connections are missing. For Norway, there is an area in the south between Otta and Oslo that's missing. That's quite a complicated area. And Östersund is now missing it between Trondheim and Sundsvall. So, yeah, those areas just need to be prepared just to use Trondheim.
Does it
Not
go on
feasible
sale at
to
midnight?
move the game to the Unreal Engine.
Oh my god.
No.
Might as well rewrite the game.
Like, do you want us to start from scratch again?
Yeah, that's just not going to happen. I mean, the Unreal Engine is good, but if you speak to people like Dovetail or other developers who are on the Unreal Engine, they'll tell you every time they release an update to the engine, it breaks a lot of your stuff, so there's an overhead that comes with it. Any update on Euro Coach Simulator? Do you know anything about the Coach Sim side of things? Is that on hold now?
No, there is not really much known about it, or anything that I know. I don't know what happened to that.
No, it's all gone quiet. Excuse me.
Hey, what other games do you enjoy? Well, I really enjoy city builder games. I've been in the SimCity 4 community before I went to Euro Simulator for like 7 years. If you know the Network at All mod, yes, I work also on that mod. And recently, I also really like City Skylines. There was on the SimCity community, you had first the release of SimCity 2013. Don't call it SimCity 5, at least according to most of the SimCity community, because they don't think that it's really a sequel, and it failed quite a bit, and most of the people thought this was not the game we want. This was all the fun aspects from what we like from City 4 were being removed, and then City Skylines came along, and now it's being seen as it's a worthy successor. Though I would also call it not SimCity, because it's not really the official SimCity, but it's a better SimCity than the actual SimCity.
No, it's a good game, Skylands. They've just released the Disaster DLC.
Yeah.
Which makes it more like SimCity in a way.
Nice city you have there. It would be a shame if something were to happen to it.
Yeah. We just had a delivery. Are there any plans to do multi-drop deliveries and owning your own trailers? Well, I asked him about the multi-drop one, and he said he doesn't know. Owning your own trailers, I'm sure Pavel's mentioned owning your own trailers before, or the idea of having an empty trailer. In fact, there was a blog quite a while back where he had a trailer and you could have another trailer on top or something. I'm trying to remember now. I'm sure it's on his list. I don't know how high up is on his list. Will there be any severe weather events coming to ETS2 or ATS? Severe weather events. I guess he means like you know, big storms and that kind of thing. I don't know if that's important to trucking, to be honest.
Yeah,
Unless they had snow in there properly.
I think it's a bit related to the whole story with the seasons, so not going to happen soon.
Ooh, military stuff coming in.
Let's see, other question where is Slovenia going to be made in the future of SES by SES? Honestly, I have no idea.
I think we've got stuff that takes us south here. Gravel.
Ooh. Chat going a bit too quick. How old are you, Mandlesoft? Currently I'm 24. So yeah, so this is actually my first job after I graduated back in March, and it's nice to finally have something to work on, because having no job was getting into a bit of a drag, and having a job just gives you the idea that you have did something that matters, that you have done something that pleases you.
Yeah, being out of work is like a bit soul destroying after a while. Like, it's alright at first, you know, it kind of feels like it's all fun and you don't have to do anything, but then after a while it gets, like you say, there's no purpose.
At least Promods kept me occupied for quite a while.
That's true, it did. So do you find, like, I don't know how if you work with the map team at SCS, but much at the moment to know, but are you finding there's like differences in the way that the Promods team approach things or do things, or have you picked up anything from SCS that you're now using a Promods, or a Promods doing things that SCS didn't think of? Is there any kind of knowledge transfer going on?
Well, there is quite a lot of knowledge transfer going on regarding optimization. But there are some tricks, but to work with it. So, for instance, reducing underclipping. But I do know it do sense two different workflows, and in Promos I have let's say much more freedom. But the thing with everything I do for SCS will probably work better, or at least for low end NPCs, and it's just a different perspective, but also different goals you have that they have in mind. For instance, with SCS you also have to give an eye that it also needs to make some revenue, and so you have some kind of time schedule, some target dates when things need to be completed, and this does mean it doesn't mean that we have release dates, but we do have desires to have it finished at this time. But I can't give any release dates of the next mob DLC, because well, promises make debts, and if you don't fulfill your promises, then you run into trouble. And the current, let's say, target is already so far away that you honestly can't say if we're going to make it or not. So yeah.
Hey.
Do you know anything about ATS stuff like new states? Yes, I do know, but no, I can't tell.
The ATS team, they sit on the same floor, don't they? They're just down in a different room.
Yeah, they have one room with the ETS moppers and one room with the ATS moppers.
Is there a bit of a rivalry between you teams? Is it all like a bit, hey, you know, you want to be working on a real country and all this kind of thing?
No, not really.
No, no sense of humor down there. No. Guess not.
The humor is a bit different, but
I'm just used to working in offices where we take the mick out of each other a little bit, all in good humor, you know.
The thing is
banter, exactly, banter.
SES did up their game to just outmatch Promods. I think, or at least that is what we can see here. So yeah, there was you had the Scandinavia mod and from us, and so and SCS is also developing Scandinavia. So they had to outperform us, and at first we thought, yeah, that was is not going to happen. But the more screenshots we saw and the more content we saw, we were like, well, they may actually outdo us, and and it would be a better base than what we had then, because our Scandinavia was aging quite a bit, and with France, it turned out to be the same story. And the fun fact is that they actually wanted to plan it on Christmas 2015 to be finished, and Skull was like, "No, you're not going to make it. That's much too tight." And that was true. And it took like 30 months to get France ready as it is now by just one guy, and they had 5 guys working on France, and they just planned for that for 5 months, and it was like, no, that's if you want to do it with quality, that's going to be impossible. But they took more time, as you can see, and the quality is really raised yet again. And one thing you will notice is that none of the interchanges in France is a standard, just rigid prefab interchange. No, everything is completely modular, including gas stations and rest stops. That is just wonderful for map modders. There's only one prefab interchange left, and that's near Calais. That's the only one, and it's one of the least annoying ones, fortunately, but the rest is all custom. And it seems, and the next map DLC, I've been designing the junctions already, so the map developers will be dependent on my work to be used in the next DLC. So what I have to do is to not only design them, but also create them in such a way that they are perfect as they are now, so that you don't have to do much bug fixes when they are placed already on the map, because that is going to be really annoying for everyone.
Yeah.
So
are you going to go back to home at Christmas, or are you going to stay down in Prague and throw snowballs at each other?
I don't know if the planning allows it, but if the planning allows it, I do want to get home between Christmas and New Year. Just like a week. But,
right. Guys, have we got any more questions for Mandlesoft? I know there's questions about ATS, but I suspect you don't know a great deal about ATS.
What do you think about Puff? Is he a nice guy? Oh yes, actually a lot of people on SCS are nice. They were really helpful to get me settling in there as a foreigner. Just I was like, okay, I go to Prague, to the Czech Republic, a country where I don't know the language and don't know how things really work there, and it's my first time at home, and they did do quite a lot of effort to do that, which I'm really thankful for. On top of that was my broker, and was also really helpful, and that may have helped to the fact that I settled in so quickly here. So for yeah, I may have moved in November 16th, but the whole IDs was started in October, beginning of October, and I had like 1.5 months to arrange things like finding a home, get things with insurances done, of all the paperwork. That's when you start to notice that the EU is then quite helpful, because some part of the paperwork you don't have to do because the Czech Republic is part of the EU, and then they fall under a certain union, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Some people are asking about tandems and whether tandems are coming in.
think that was with those multi-traders I mentioned earlier. And yeah, they still have some problem with how to implement them.
Gotcha. Yeah, we talked about the UK rebuild.
That is still in development.
What about the new Scania? Do you know anything about the new Scania coming in?
No, I haven't really paid attention to the vehicle department.
Okay, the other one is multiplayer. Everybody's asking about an official multiplayer. Is that going to happen?
Is that going to happen? I think not, but that's just my gut feeling. So, I have my gut feeling says there will probably be no multiplayer not coming, official multiplayer coming anytime soon. So, but honestly, I don't really know. ETS 3 release date. No.
ETS 3.
Maybe as is in that regard a bit like Valve, they can't count to 3.
We've asked about Devlock already.
It's now like ETS 2 forever.
Yeah, I've actually thought about that, and I did think to myself not long ago, hang on, they went from ETS, they went to ETS 2. Now there's so much built into ETS 2, how could they ever go for an ETS 3? You know, it's just not going to happen because you've got ETS 2 and American Truck Sim are both kind of bound by the same graphics engine and similar gameplay. Yeah. You can't really move to a 3 anymore because it will be too far away from what ATS is. So it's going to be ETS 2 for life, isn't it, really?
Is there any plans to expand the gameplay, for example, getting pulled by cops, pedestrians crossing your road suddenly, extended detours? Well, there may be something coming that is a bit like that, but I can't really tell the details, but it's now still quite experimental, so... But there are some plans with doing some of the gameplay, influencing some things in the gameplay. That could be interesting. Paint job DLCs, there are a few coming, but again, I can't tell. For instance, Finnish Belgian have just been released, but which paint jobs are next in schedule, I don't really know.
Would you ever go to Turkey? Somebody's saying. Turkey's pretty big.
Yeah, but Turkey is also not really universally loved, but just keep the just for keeping things nice here. I don't want to go into detail, otherwise forget the fight here.
It's not. I mean, it's not actually in Europe either, really, is it? I don't know if Eurotruck will ever expand outside of Europe. That's the thing.
You need to get through the whole Balkans to get there, so that will take really quite a while, even for Promods.
Yeah.
Do you think there will come a multiplayer with Promods? No, as I explained earlier, adding mods to the multiplayer will complicate the compatibility situation quite a bit. Also, there's another thing I would like to talk about, the front DLC, and that's also a bit of a problem with what you are facing as a developer and some legal issues. Some countries in Europe, quite a lot of countries in Europe have so-called freedom of panorama. That means that if you're in a public space, like for instance, what's a good example? Something that everyone knows. Okay, say you are in Amsterdam and you have all those canals, and if you are just in public space, if you would take a picture there and post it on the internet, in the Netherlands, that is perfectly fine. You are allowed to do that. That's the freedom of panorama, because it's public space and it cannot be copyrighted. That's not the case in France. You there are quite some strict rules, and buildings and such things can be copyrighted. So if you can take a picture, if you do take a picture on it and you post on the internet, where uh, where with where you have commercial purposes, or it may not even be you, but even like Facebook has some commercial purposes, then you can be sued, or
What?
someone can be sued.
So if you like
And
take a picture of the Eiffel Tower, it could be copyrighted.
well, the Eiffel Tower is a really odd example. The Eiffel Tower, it's perfectly fine if you take a picture of it during the day.
What?
But at night, you can be sued because the lighting on the Eiffel Tower is copyrighted. So,
How can you
that is-
copyright the lighting on a tower?
no, it's like the whole lighting system is copyrighted. So, but there are quite a lot of buildings that are copyrighted, and even in Belgium, this is a problem. For instance, the Atomium is copyrighted. So, in the front you have seen some similar things. So the Eiffel Tower is not really in Paris anymore. Not that you can really see that from that road in real life, but it's not there anymore. And for instance, the Milo Bridge, they could be built it in the game, just with a bridge that looks really similar to it, but that isn't. But they can't use the name Milo Bridge because it is copyrighted. It's really weird when it comes to legal things like that.
I must admit, this is all news to me. The idea that I can take a photograph of something which is nothing more than light coming into my camera. How can somebody copyright the light coming into my camera? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, they can't copyright. They can't copyright it when you just take a picture of it. You get a problem when you post it on the internet.
It's crazy. I took the picture. It's my picture. My camera, my light. Get off. Just because it happened to bounce off your Eiffel Tower doesn't mean it's not my light. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's just very weird.
Yeah. Welcome to the wonderful world of jurisdiction.
Crazy. Right, have we got any more questions for Mr. Mandlesoft? Otherwise, we'll let him get on his way here. He's been with us for over an hour now, haven't you? Crikey.
See what we have. Just going a bit too fast to get the proper questions.
Asking about the Balkans. I don't know about the Balkans. Anything about the Balkans? Tow trucks? Active steering on trailers? Checkpoints? Eastern Europe
Balkans.
update? Romania?
Yeah, and Balkans is probably now this Promods exclusive territory. I think it's still quite far away from the rest of the map.
Yeah. We've talked about a lot of these things, guys. Spain, Portugal, Ireland, all that. We've done that. We've talked about tandem trucks.
Why are the speed bumps so aggressive? Speed bumps are just aggressive. I think they just try to force you to get over it on a low speed. So is the Arc de Triomphe coming in the game? No. They are just why not? Because it's not on the roads that are represented. The Arc de Triomphe is right there in the center of Paris, but you don't get even close there if you want to go there by truck with rides. That's just not the area you want to go with your truck. It's just no.
Yeah, I don't think they'll let you take a truck anywhere near that.
That was also what I heard was a bit of a problem in France with the development, is that you do have a lot of landmarks in the cities, but the thing is, those landmarks are at areas where trucks usually don't come, and that you can't see from the roads where the trucks do come. For instance, the Arc de Triomphe. It's completely obscured by the rest of the city areas that are before and on the Preferique. So that's why you don't see it. So, but you can see things like bridges, or statues along the motorway or some roads, or in France's case, decorations on some roundabouts. And one thing that I really like that they added is quite some Scenic cities. And these Scenic cities, for the first time, they actually try to name them. So each Scenic city actually represents something like. For instance, there are some signs pointing to Gap. It's not on the map. From the overview map you've seen in game, but it is represented, and there are some other small towns that are represented, and some of them have some unique things in them, and a lot of buildings that really convince you that you are in France, and things, all other details like those concrete posts with lamps on them and with electrical wires on them going back and forth between the houses, and that means that really helps you to convince that you are in France and not in some other country.
There's a lot of assets in this DLC, isn't there? So I guess the Promods team are going to want to use a lot of that.
Yeah, every time a new DLC comes along, most players are like, "Yay, new areas to drive from," and all the map mods are like, "Yay, new assets to rip."
Yeah, it's like getting a whole new palette of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, so you see a lot of new vegetation, new ground textures, signs, lots of models, especially with houses and buildings, and that oddly enough also fit in the UK. For a lot of those feel like those typical UK cottages. That's quite funny.
What happened to the Promods ATS team?
We are just starting up, and we have, but it's still not clear what. We don't have clear plans yet. How and what we are going to do with the mob. There are quite some considerations to take into account. For instance, will SCS work there in the future or not? And
just go to Canada. Go to Canada and go up to Alaska.
Canada or Mexico. Yeah. So it's still we do a lot of brainstorming. So
we've asked about the range T.
So we do have some members that have some tutorship among us.
We've asked them about Ireland.
Some people from America that receive some of our advice and on our Discord server. So maybe that would make a new marketing team for ATS.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to sort of have Promods team firing up on ATS a bit, because, you know, SCS building maps for ETS and ATS, it's like it just take them a lot of time to do it. So it would be nice to have another team building things as well.
There was also the thing why we didn't start yet already was because of the rescale, because 135 was just too small. But we wanted maybe considering doing up on a completely different scale, but now it's rescaled to 120, then it's certainly not really a problem anymore. So yeah, that has been shifted a bit. But again, we still don't know what we are going to do here. What we're going to do.
You can't work on a different scale. You can't do that.
There's another small bit of story to tell. If you look at the rebuild areas in France, if you look around Metz and Strasbourg, you see some interchanges, and those are some of them that I have specially built for them. I think almost as a tryout for SES. And they are just a bit more complicated than the rest of them. For instance, in the rest of the old map area, excluding Paris, you have same types of interchanges over and over again, or some of them designed from the DLC. But if you look at Metz or Strasbourg, Metz, you see first a unique roundabout interchange, a really bent trumpet interchange, and if you look at Strasbourg, you have a whole parallel lane system and a whole interchange complex over there. And I made that if I think, in just a few days.
Nice. 4 full days?
Full days, yes.
I'm right in thinking you don't work on the trucking team, so you don't really know about the trucks. Like, there's some people asking about details of trucks and when certain trucks are coming out, but you don't really work on that team, do you?
No, I don't really know much about the trucks, so those questions are a bit useless. And does SCS realize that after hiring 227, I realize you cannot hire anymore when you go back to recoup? It says come back tomorrow, but no matter how many times you go back. Like you cannot hire anymore. Well, they have added 15 more drivers to that, so that will probably, so you need more, so you can have more now.
Do you think they'll ever drop like a scripting engine in the game so that you can, rather than just creating assets and declared files all the time, you can actually do a little bit of script so that you could have these dynamic events and that kind of thing? Do you know what I mean? Like you can't really. At the moment when you create a mod, you can't do anything programmatic. You can't make it so that when you drive down a piece of highway. Let's say you drive down a piece of Promods highway, and there's roadworks on it. There's always roadworks on it. Like on that stretch of road, there is always roadworks on it. What if you could programmatically change things? You could write Promods so that it evaluated a bit of code that went, okay, is it the weekend? Yes. Right, we'll put some roadworks there. If it's any other day, we'll not put roadworks there. And you can have it programmatically change the world so that it feels more lived in, so that it keeps changing whenever you drive around it. Do you see what I mean?
Well, yeah, SCS is experimenting with something a bit like that, but yeah, it still needs to be fleshed out. But it could be, if it works, it could be quite an exciting addition to make it more look like more lived in, like one dentist.
It would make a big difference, because as a map model like you could do so much with that.
Yeah. It's also been a bit the thing where Promods exploit a lot. We can just really exploit a lot of systems by just thinking a bit different about them. For instance, you had the SCS system where you have signs with just a few slots for place names and road numbers, and it was all in just one model with just one country. My idea was then to separate those signs from the country so that you could build in more slots. Then SCS got a sign editor where you can just put anything on the sign you want. And then I combined it with my thing so that you can do all kinds of ludicrous sign combinations whatever you want to have. And this is widely present in Promods. I think Germany was the first country where I applied this, and I think we released that before SCS even did release their sign templates for Scandinavia.
People are asking about sat-nav voices. I refuse to call it a GPS because it's more than a GPS, it's a sat-nav. But people are asking about sat-nav voices so that, you're driving along, it goes, at the end of the road, turn left, blah, blah, blah. Do you think they'll do that?
Maybe, but I have no idea. I think the main problem is to determine when does it say go left? When is the bend sharp enough to go left, or is it?
Well, put it this way: there are entire companies that dedicate everything they do to making sat navs. They're not easy. And so just drop that into the game is going to be fairly tricky. But I'd love to see it.
The second problem is the whole voice thing. The first thing, who's going to...
I'll do
who's
one.
going to do the voice
I'll do it.
thing? What do we do with different languages?
Oh, I'm not doing different languages. I'll do the English one. take the third exit. I'll do that.
And of course, the most annoying.
You could do the Dutch one. You could
yeah.
do the Dutch one.
Probeer om te draaien.
There you go. Beautiful. It works. I know a guy who can do the German one. We'll just club together. We'll sort it out. We'll sort the languages out, no problem.
But I think the most pressing problem is to determine what criteria you use for what kind of movements. So that's a bit that's making things a bit complicated. What other things are we doing?
I do. I know some people. Yeah, we can get various German ones. I know a few German voices.
New questions.
I know Swedish as well. We can do Swedish.
Popping up, but I think there were a few questions.
We could do an Irish one as well.
Back then, but the chat is going a bit too fast.
Chat's not fast. That's easy. You should try driving and doing it.
Yeah, it then crash.
Partnerships and manufacturers.
On this road,
Not gonna
I think if you have a chance to get a rest stop, there is a really nice castle on this road. On the left side. It's Carcassonne.
Carcassonne? Did you say Carcassonne?
Yes, it is Carcassonne.
What, on this station here on the left?
I think yes, it is Carcassonne.
Let's see where we are. Oh yeah, it's got like a castle symbol here.
So if you have a rest, a bit of a rest because now it's night.
Yeah, but that will make me late for my job. There's a toilet here. It's a little rest area, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And there is one thing. Some people are asking for when can you, at what time can you? This S is playing to let you get out of the car, the truck, and my question to them is, what does it really add to the game functionally? I mean, you can get out of the car, all out of your truck, all carry the way to Dandy. What now? What are you going to do?
I said to Pavel over a year ago, people want to get out of their truck and walk around it, even if you just constrain it to the garage, so that you go back to your garage and you go inside and you can get out your truck and walk around. Even that, because at the end of the day, what you got to understand is when people play this game, they configure their truck and they drive it for thousands and thousands of miles, and to them it's like how they accessorize it and how they drive it. They want to get out and look at it. They want to walk around it. You know, it's just, I can't explain why, but they just do, and that's really where it comes from. And I understand. I understand Pavel saying you can't walk around the world because we never built the world to do that. I get that bit. So I just said to him, make it so you can walk around your truck when you're in your garage, so that it's like restricted environment. But
then again, there's also those outside cameras you can use.
Well, there's the outside camera that you can spin around with, but it always points towards the center of your truck. And even when you're configuring your truck, it's deeply annoying. That camera is so restrictive. You can't look at different aspects to it. You can bring the photo studio up, but that's frozen in time.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? The camera is really restricted.
And there was also one that asked if I signed an NDA. Yes, that was part of the contract. So that's also the reason why I can't tell everything about it.
Spill the beans. Rush hour and traffic jams. That would require scripting.
Also, even if you are not in SCS, there, for instance, if you are the beta testing program, there's, for instance, an information embargo you have to apply to. So, for instance, when the front seal is sealed out, it's been tested for 2 months already, but only just this Friday the information embargo was lifted, so people could post videos about it.
That's what I did. That's exactly what I did, and then some guy said, well, why didn't you just post this on Monday when it was out? Like, well, why wouldn't I post it on Friday before it releases when people want to see information about it?
They also have a great planning with the release date.
Yeah, YouTube's weird.
No, wait, no, the release date is at December the 5th. And December the 5th in the Netherlands is St. Nicholas Day. And most Dutch children don't get presents at Christmas, but at this day. So you are just in time to get this present to your kids or whatever, or for yourself or whatever. So that is actually wonderful planning. But also in the Czech Republic and Belgium, they celebrate it on the 6th, so the day after that. So that's also pretty nicely planned. For those, maybe some people of SGS are watching with it, but I have some Dutch treats for them to head out in the office tomorrow.
Dutch treats.
I have a half kilo of tai tai and 1 kilogram of kruidnoten. So those spiced cookie things, small spiced cookie things, I think they're going to love them.
Some people are asking what an NDA is. NDA is just a non-disclosure agreement where you can't talk about things that have not been published.
Yep.
Any info on World of Trucks? That's a good question.
No. I just have no idea. I don't even have an account on World of Trucks. And I have to confess, I don't even own ATS. I don't have it, not in any form, not even pirated, because. But if it's pirated, then SGS would probably fire me on the spot.
Of course they would.
But I don't have it. I don't have any interest in it now.
I'm sure they'd give you a key if you wanted one now, though. Right, any more questions for Mandlesoft, guys? Any more? A lot of the questions you're asking have already been answered, though.
Yeah. There's one thing. You're now near Montpellier, so if you're the destination there, take a job towards the north over the A75, because the A75 has one landmark that everyone will recognize.
Okay, so I'll go north after this job to the A75 up to Clermont-Ferrand. Let me drop this off first.
It's between Clermont-Ferrand and Montpellier. There is one thing that is really, really noticeable, and some people may have guessed what it is.
They might do. Guys, he won't know about clickable cabs. That's a truck thing.
Yep.
Again, rush hours requires scripting, and that's not in the game yet. They're on about rush hour traffic and stuff like that.
Well, you can do that with increasing spawning rates. You can do it with traffic mods that
by a certain time of day?
Yes, but there is one thing, is that the game is good at spawning less vehicles, but at spawning more vehicles, things get a bit tricky and, let's say, non-linear. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to spawn more vehicles than to have a traffic area where you can spawn less vehicles. For instance, if you look at Promods in Iceland, we have some traffic areas applied where there are significantly less vehicle spawns, like factor 0.5 or 0.2 compared to the normal spawning rates. So that would give you a feeling that you're driving in a much more empty area. But getting more traffic is a bit harder, because there are older things or limitations that are kicking in that make sure that you don't have for instance, traffic spawning too close to each other, or having too many vehicles spawned at once.
We've asked about dirty trucks, we've asked about console, we've asked about checkpoints and stuff.
So rush hour is a bit more complicated. How many driving hours have you clocked in ETS2? Not that many, maybe 10 or 20.
How many
mapping hours, however?
Map editor hours have you clocked in ETS2?
Mapping hours, yeah. My Steam says over 2,500 hours.
Wow.
It's like, when they hired me, they know they don't need to work me in that much, because I know the map editor. I have been around with them, played around with the map or two a few times. But yeah. Most things that they have to tell me are things like the norms or some etiquette when mapping, but it's the minor stuff. At least I know how the map editor works.
Yeah, the ability to sleep anywhere in more laybys, that'd be nice. I mean, I know in the game there's designated resting spots, but sometimes, like some of the roads you drive down are quite long, and if you're desperate to have a rest, you know, because the game's demanding that you sleep, and you have to drive on to the next rest area, you just think to yourself, why can't I just pull over on this lay-by here and just have a sleep there?
Yeah.
Yeah, this gas station, Matt, looks pretty nice.
Yeah, this is a new one. It's a new design.
Yeah, I like it. Dirty trucks, washing trucks we talked about.
Could they somehow connect ETS and ATS together? Let's say you can drive cargo from Europe to USA.
That'd be a long road.
Theoretically, yes, but in practice, it would take a lot of compatibility first, and there are not really you don't have trucking from the Europe to the USA. That just goes by boat.
Exactly.
They just put it on a container and put it on a big container liner and then ship it to the USA. Interior side and original side and indicators. Sorry, not my department. I don't know.
Snow change requires better physics, Kev.
What were SC's thinking when they were making those fuel stations on highways without an exit? Does that even exist? I think that was more like a time where they just need some smaller space for it. It's more like a space issue than it really is a. That's as a design, but I find them a bit annoying as well. But sometimes you just don't have the space to do something better. What is your favorite or most driven part in Promods?
Iceland.
I do have a few favorites. Iceland is one of them, and the other one is the Barents Sea project. So the one thing with Russia and way down to northern Norway. I think with what I've developed in Norway is maybe a new favorite for future editions. Because that is also going to look quite spectacular. Let's see other favorites.
I like Iceland and I like the north of Scotland.
I do like what we have done in Belgium. I did do quite a lot of the part, but it feels completely different from what SCS has done there. I think but if I would say for an original map, so without DLCs and without Promods, my favorite part on the original map is Switzerland. Switzerland is probably the best represented country in the vanilla game.
Yeah, I like driving through Switzerland and North Italy and that kind of area. I also like what that guy did with Barcelona.
Yeah. Barcelona is scheduled for rebuild.
What's happened to that guy?
He's working on I think he will probably work on Barcelona just to redo things to, let's say, make it a frame rate hog so that it doesn't kill your frame rate that much. But he's also working on other parts of Spain and let's see there was another thing he did too lately. Can't really recall again, but he's already completed Trieste for us.
It's already created what?
Trieste in Italy.
Oh, cool.
It's right next to Slovenia. Oh no, he is building the border between I thought Slovenia and Croatia. Let's see. Furthermore, there are of course quite some developments around London now, and I think our British developer. He's actually more of our senior developer now because he's in his 60s. He's doing some rebuilds in Scotland. I think he's now doing the rebuild of the A9. We had some plans to do a connection from Liverpool to Holyhead so that you have a ferry to Dublin. But, yeah, I was the last person that worked on that, and since that has been stalled a bit, but maybe we'll find some manpower for it in the future. And why are there so rarely so many updates in the Barents Sea topic? Well, the guy who is doing the Barents Sea topic doesn't really have a very reliable internet connection. So, in most cases, he can't just can't upload any new pictures. So that's why his updates are sparse. But if they are, but if they're published, they usually are really good. That's why we hired him, because he is actually one of the people with the best quality mapping. What Adrian does is just amazing. It feels totally unlike anything else in Promods.
Who's that, sorry?
Adrian, who did for instance, Moormans, Kirkenes, that's part of the map. That's part of Russia that just really looks empty, desolate, and a bit rustic. But hey, I like rustic.
Right, well, I don't know if... I mean, you've been here for nearly 2 hours, crikey. I don't know if we've got any more questions. I keep asking this, but I think we've exhausted most of them now, unless there's anything else you want to run through.
There was just there's a lot to tell. But yeah, there was something with the small fuel stations, but in the newer DLCs you don't see those small fuel stations. In fact, what they have done with the fuel stations now is, at least for the motorways, is that they are completely modular. So they are constructed from pieces. So you can get into all kind of crazy designs. In France, you see that already. That some rest stops have a completely unique design.
Montpellier is really nice, actually. It's quite a nice build.
Yeah, you see, SES uses different vegetation for northern France and southern France. So here you see a lot more drier grass textures, also different plants.
There's just loads of little details in here that you just drive past and you don't really notice them unless you're looking.
Does SES use the same map editor as the public? In practice, yes, but there are a few small differences that ease the workflow a bit at SES. But in basics, it works the same. So if you can work with the map editor at SES, you can work with the public version and vice versa.
Do you think they'll add more pedestrians on the road because there's not many people walking around?
Well, they had a. I asked them that too, but the thing was, you can drive through pedestrians, and they don't have a collision. If they did have a collision, I don't think we don't want graphic things to show to our kids.
No, so, I don't think it's that kind of game, but just more people walking around would be cool.
Yeah, but that was the reason why I didn't do it. So if you see people on the road, they are most likely behind things like fences. So let's see, what route are you taking now?
I'm just going collecting a trailer, and then I'll be heading up the A9 a bit.
Okay.
To actually, it's not showing me yet. It's like a big digger thing, I think.
Will all junctions be custom built from now on? Yes, and and most of them will probably be made by just truly.
You like doing junctions, don't you?
Yeah. Well, there are a few standard designs that will be used in several times, but there are also some, let's say, characteristic ones that we really want to add in.
Does STS have any plans to ask real companies like Eddie Stobart to get their name in the game so that we see real companies in the game? I know we can do it in mods, but I do wonder if they spoke to logistic companies and said, "Can we put your name on a trailer in the game?" I mean, there's bound to be a few that would complain about it, but I would have thought most companies would be like, "Yeah, it's free advertising. Why not?"
Yeah, but still, that's more for the legal department, for the marketing department, and well.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Wavering Chaos, I've asked about the trucks getting dirty and stuff already. Vem says, when will Nordic 25.25 meter trucks come to ETS2? I doubt you'll know that, will you?
Do you have Twitter so I guess in the mob I found to you? So if you have for the SCS a mob bug, please post them on the SCS forums. They have a whole bug section for that, and the same goes for Promods. We also have a bug section for our own mod, and the thing is, the bug reports that are reported here on Facebook or social media channels usually get overlooked. So please just stick to the official bug tracking channels. That will make life a lot easier for the ones who are going to solve it, or just add it to the bug tracker.
This place where I am right now, the rest area is insane.
Yes, that is one of the advantages of completely custom built, just modular rest areas. I really like that.
There's like on the other side of the road. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places you can rest in this complex, and then 2 on my side of the road, plus a fuel station. It's crazy.
Yeah.
AI traffic on delivery spots. These are all gameplay things. They've not really added anything gameplay-wise for a while. There's like a few bits and pieces like options and stuff, but they're not really substantially changing the gameplay.
But,
right, well, I don't know if you want to call it there or not. I think we've exhausted quite a few things. Unless there's anything you want to talk about.
Yeah, there are still questions coming in. Are there any plans like refueling at air to your tires at the wall, or doing roadside maintenance? I honestly have no idea.
He doesn't really know about the truck stuff, guys.
But, when people see the crediting for me for kinds of things in the chat, what I'm saying. I just started work at STS, and even with my work at Promods, I'm just one of the guys. So I did a lot of assets for Promods and some map areas, but there are all other mappers that also just should deserve the credit. So it's really a team effort.
Tachograph. That would require a gameplay change. Like, it's all very well putting a tachograph in the game, unless they actually enforce it, it's useless. It's a bit like weigh bridges in ATS. Just pulling in to be weighed is like, so what? You know, they should have fleshed that out more.
The ferries will also be a bit of a hard to implement. Adaptive cruise control. That's an interesting one, but then you also need the detection of the vehicle in front of you, how far it is.
We've covered random events.
But that could also be a bit complicated to implement. In real life, I've seen. I think I've seen one of my colleagues back at the university who had her graduation about adaptive cruise control. That was a really interesting subject. On myself, I had a graduated on traffic modeling. So, and with modeling, I don't mean making a 3D model but more like the behavior, like modeling the behavior. So purely mathematical things. So just coding, and it was comparing how certain models would differ from reality in behavior. And it was a quite interesting subject to do.
What would you say to that question there? Can I join your Promods team? How hard is it to get into Promods?
First of all, you probably need to show off some work. So we have to know if your work has potential or not. So we can't just accept anyone on promises. And so you first need to have the skill. So things like how you need some insight in how what things like dimensioning, or how you build proper curves, or how to properly landscape. And that's some of the hard skills, but you also have some of the so-called soft skills, things like how is your willingness to learn, how do you, most of our team is really reliant on autodidaction, so that you learn things yourself, so you actively going to look out for knowledge. So just don't ask every tidbit like how is this been done, how has that been done, how has that been done? No, you're going to actively look for things like tutorials, or try to figure things out, or experiment, or whatever. And that's how most of our people learn how this editor works, or how mapping works. The other really important soft skill is communication and willingness to cooperate in a team. We have refused a few potential talented mappers on this account, because they had the talent, they had the hard skills, but they just didn't want to cooperate. I think there was one guy from Romania that didn't want to work with our other Romania developer, because he had a grudge against them.
Well, that's people for you.
It was a shame. He was really talented.
Yeah, but if they can't work in a team, if they're just solo, then you can't work with that.
To be honest, the same story happened with Project Balkans. I handed them a lot of help, but when I had critique, it was just being woven away, and sometimes even some of their errors were shoved onto my plate. I am like, nope, you're not going to get in our team, and the rest of the team agrees on that.
Yeah, I've come across that many times. People are really skilled, but they can't work with other people. Just no good.
Yeah, and I think there was. It had lots of list of those soft skills. Yeah, of course, proper English is also really preferred. And it is getting a bit of a problem with the whole Poland branch from Poland Rebuilding, because there is a bit of a lack of communication there, to the frustration of the rest of the team.
That's interesting.
But I'm not going to get into detail into that. But yeah, things are not really working out that well.
It's got an interesting box.
There's also a thing of public attitude. So you can have opinions on this, that, and everything. That's no problem, but do keep in mind that if you are posting on the forums, you probably people are going to see you as representative of the Promods team, or in my case, also as part of the representative of SES. So you do have to keep in mind to tone some things down when you come when it comes to your opinion or how you express it. You need to be a bit more diplomatic in that sense.
Yep, there is that.
We have some cases where this didn't really work out that well. And I can say I did have some times where I went over that line too. So
I like this quarry pickup area.
yeah, at least you don't have those sloped ramps where you can barely manage to get over the truck.
Yeah, the slope is like, okay. Right, let's have a look at the route here.
But yeah,
Oh my god,
but for Promods, also for SS, the soft skills are just as important as the hard skills. So
go that way. A little bit longer. If I go up the A75, I don't know where this landmark is. Do I have to go all the way up to Clermont-Ferrand in order to see it? Because right now it wants me to get off and go down a little tiny road. What do you think? He's gone quiet. I can't hear you, by the way. You've gone quiet. He's gone completely silent. He's still in Discord, but I can't hear him anymore. I think maybe he's unplugged his microphone. He hasn't lost him. He hasn't realised. Is he in chat? Somebody tell him in chat that his mic's not working. Oh, there he goes. No, hang on.
also is not.
Oh, we can hear you again. I've not been able to hear you for the last 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I heard some kind of sound that I was disconnected or something.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I think it was just Discord being Discordy again. But yeah, we couldn't hear you for about 2 minutes. It's gone quiet again. Are you there? Okay, rip Discord, guys. Well, hopefully he'll come back. What do you guys think of what you're seeing so far, France DLC? I like that quarry. That quarry was cool. I like Montpellier. That was nice. It's out of 10. It's pretty nice, pretty cool. Yeah, I like it. I think it's been well done, you know? I think a lot of the assets look really nice. You like the coastal cities? The video's fine, Mandlesoft. Yeah, I think Discord's been a bit weird. Yeah, the quarry's nice. It's big like a quarry, isn't it? I don't know what's going on with Discord. I'll read the... I know I've got a lot of messages to catch up on, guys, but I didn't want to read them while Mandlesoft was talking. Something's going on with the endpoints, waiting for endpoint. Yeah, Discord's gone rip. You can definitely tell the difference what was already in France. I mean, look at this here. Look at it. It just looks so like French, doesn't it? Lovely. Gog691, thank you for 11 months. Hi all. Maybe I should read some messages now. Tom 1 pack, 11 months. Almost on a year. Mr. Shorin J04. Bladely 2K14. Welcome to the house, guys. Guys, can we get... I don't know if Mandlesoft can hear me or hear you, but can you please... wait a sec. Press control. Oh, that fixes it, says dry. 1 second. Is he talking to me or... Well, Dry, I press Control R, and now I think Discord absolutely... Look at this. Can I show you this? No, I can't even... That's Discord right now. That's how much Discord has gone full rip. Let me restart Discord one last time, just to see if we can get it working. Okay. Voice. Okay. It's not even capturing my audio. Discord is not even capturing my audio. This is weird. 1 second. This is so bizarre. I don't know. It seems to be broken. I have turned it off and back on. Mandlesoft, I don't know if you can hear me or not. Let's just call it there. We seem to be having technical problems now. Thank you so much for joining me, Mandlesoft. Sorry I couldn't say goodbye while you're online, because you can't hear me. But can we get some GGs in chat for Mandlesoft? Thank you so much for joining us. And for all the questions he answered, all the information. Let me turn my game audio back up a little bit. Yeah, I'm online. I just can't talk in Discord. It's weird. But yeah, if we're going to say some GGs, just say thank him for joining us. It was a pleasure, sir. Sorry it got cut short there. Discord's being weird. The Uncompletionist, thank you for 6 months. Chip Chipperson, 2 years, bro. Chip Chipperson. Golden Acorn Hype. Thank you for 2 years support, Chip. T7 Hypes, thank you for subscribing. Storms 420, likewise, thank you for the sub. Let me get my back into 6H there, because every time you alt-tab out, it goes back. Let me try and catch on some messages. What time are we on? 8 o'clock. Alright, so fairly soon, I think, we'll probably get Mr. Doyle in, and then we've got some keys to give away to Vive la France, and also to what Baz sent in, which was Star Citizen starter pack, I believe. Right, let me go back through some messages there. Shorin, we did. Bladely, we did. BCS, I read out about the rail companies. Wavering Chaos, I read out about watching your trucks and getting them dirty. I already asked him about that, Wavering Chaos. Vem1, yeah, what he said was he doesn't know, but it's actually more difficult than it first appears, but I'm not so sure. Vem1 says, when's a 25.25 metre truck coming in? He doesn't know. He's not on the trucking side. He's on the map kind of side. We're getting that lane. You're still watching Mandlesoft, it's cool. God Chiller. Thank you for subbing, God Chiller. Welcome to the Net House. We had Ollie. When does a new truck come? The Renault, although it came through with the DLC France. Again, he doesn't know, but he said it's not even gone into beta yet, so it's probably going to be a while. Mad Dog Gamer, thank you for subbing. Welcome to Net House, N341. Would love to have an air suspension and lighting DLC. Oh, and a DAF Volvo DLC. Even if he knew, he couldn't actually say that. He wouldn't be allowed to. That would be under NDA, no doubt about that. Eric Roard, thank you for 5 months. Have you seen any info about the Scania Next Gen 2016 ETS2? Other than what's on the blog, where they're taking photos of the Scania and they were 3D scanning it, there's been no other news. Swede, 2 months, woohoo! Thank you, Swede. I'm sure you only subbed the other day. How have you managed to get 2 months? I'm calling hacks on that. Bad Boy 6578. Hello, Squirrel. Will there be any severe weather events coming to TTS2 or ATS? I don't think there's any plans to at the moment. Plans to do multi-drop and owning your own trailers. We asked that. It's kind of gone quiet. Don't know. Don't know on that one. That's been over a year since we've talked about multi-drop and that kind of thing. Sebstar 5000. Just wanted to support the channel. But... Oh, that scrolled off. What a scumbag. What a scumbag. Let me pause that. Where's it gone? Beautiful timing. Weather events. Just wanted to support the channel. But by the way, do you have any pets? And also, are you going to stream Fernbus in the future? I have a pet. Doyle, the dog. That's the only pet I have. Fernbus in the future? Probably. Don't know when. Eric Roard with a resume. D. Hassey, thank you for the sub. Arc JZ, thank you for the sub. Cav Trooper 06, likewise, thank you for the sub. X Trucker 1, keep up the good work, Mr. Squirrel. Great stream as usual. Thank you, X Trucker. GCFC John, 24 months. GCFC John, Golden Acorn, always a pleasure, dude. Thank you so much for your support. Blake Soccer, 2 months. Hello, Squirrel. Love your streams. Keep up the good work. Any advice for the best route to becoming a commercial airline pilot? You're probably better off asking Jack Sims, because he's kind of doing that. That would be my suggestion. Scroll back down. I'm sure I hit pause on that. Harry the Slayer, 21 months. Good afternoon. Paul from New York City. This is my first Sunday night trucking in as a 25-year-old. My birthday was on Thursday when Doyle is in. Can I get away from him since we are in France and I have some French fries? What? The tenuous link, Harry. You're the second person who's just had a 25th birthday. That's amazing. Happy birthday, by the way. David C83. Welcome to Nows, David. Blake Soccer 67 with a resume, and I think. Oh no, Atlanta Dark. Sometimes when I'm alone, I climb up a tree and pretend to be a branch. Yeah. Thank you, Atlanta. Adam R. 2009 with 2 months support. Thank you, Adam. To Jalf, 1 year. Woohoo! I think that's Savamura. Did you buy the name? 10 months support. Squirrel High. Thank you, Savamura. Almost on a year. Legit gamer. Well, I hope you're okay. It's amazing how many people come just for the giveaways. Right, we're up to date because I read that one already. Yay! Right, thank you for the messages, guys. Sorry I couldn't read them while I was driving with Mandlesoft. Danny JM, 6 months. Can't believe it's been 6 months already. Keep up the good work. Half a year, Silver Acorn and all that. When's Doyle coming on? I'm going to get him on soon. What time are we on? 8:05. I'm supposed to be looking out for a monument here, aren't I? Yeah, we're just about to go up the A75. Mandlesoft, what I wanted to ask you, if you're still here, is how far up the A75 is this landmark? Is it okay to turn left? Is it on this bit, or do I have to go all the way up that way? Because that's going to take a while. Do I need to go that way, like that? Because that's 577, that's 640. 9 hours and 20 versus... It's like an extra hour to go that way. You did not handle the interview very well, Paul. The guy just wants to talk and you just wanted to do and get rid of him. Okay. Thanks for your support there, Boomleaf. Squirrel, can I tweet you a short video about copyrights in France if you're interested? You can tweet, but I mean, I think I kind of get it. You think it's on the first part? Alright, cool. Your subscription to YouTube is full of vids from SquirrelPlus. That's a good thing, right? Eastwood? OS4 Hawks, thank you for 2 months. Just getting started. Thank you for the great streams. You're welcome, OS. Hellraiser71, enjoying your streams, Paul. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Hellraiser. Hammock on Rye, getting close to my golden acorn. Can almost taste it. Time flies when you're having fun. 20 months. Thank you so very much, guys. Are we driving in France? Yes, we are. We're in France, look. Sign from Montpellier, 8750. I like these little the fields with the rolled up bales of hay. They're cool. SquirrelPlus is awesome, enjoying it very much. Cool. Can anybody see the landmark? Let me know if you can see the landmark. Quick texting and driving? I'm not texting, though. I'm reading and driving. Gandalf 3000 with the Silver Acorn 6 months. Time flies, you deserve it all. Silver Acorn hype. Although for some reason I already have that for a few weeks. Hacks, that's why. The 2 big pillars ahead. Oh, those things. Is that the bridge? Why do I keep posting vids for 2015 on SquirrelPlus? Because we're working backwards from the content. I'm starting with the oldest video, the oldest stream video I have, and we're pushing them out all the way till we catch up, and then pushing out the new ones. Whoa, my god, look at this. Holy wowzers. That is an impressive bridge. The Milo Bridge. Do you know what? I actually want to go and see this bridge in real life. Because that is a monster. I'm going to have to increase the field of view just so I can see it. Look at that. That's insane. I still can't, look at that, I still can't get the whole thing in. It's massive. It's absolutely massive. Right, if I take this picture, okay, I'm not allowed to post that on Facebook because that bridge has got a copyright on it. And I'll get sued if I post that on Facebook. Alright? So that's the last time you'll ever see that bridge, okay? You have to look away now, guys, otherwise somebody's going to fine you for looking at the bridge. The world's tallest bridge. That is insane. I so need to go and drive over this bridge. Stop looking at the bridge, guys. They charge you by the second, you know. You may post it, but not the real thing. It's a representation of the real thing. That was awesome. Oh look! A toll booth! I've not seen one for a while. That is bridge hype, it really is. Slater! Thank you for the resume, Slater. I hope you and the new one are fine. I take it you're not going to the I-59 then. Good evening, been waiting for this week's Sunday Night Trucking to resub again. Thank you very much, sir. Declan W075. 2 months, keep up the good work. Vive la France, looks awesome. Right, this is where we get off. Raub, 1898, 4 months, and loving every stream, YouTube video. Keep up the amazing work, Squirrel Hype. Thank you, Rob. Stop! I'm full on the brakes. Good grief. Bethelsen66, 39 months. Wow, time flies fast. I'm glad to support you, Paul. It's my birthday on Tuesday. Happy birthday, Bethelsen. Thank you for awesome support, sir. 39 months. Can you please go to Le Havre? Well, we could have gone there at the start, but we went south instead. We may end up there, you never know. Right, let me text Mrs. Squirrel to see if we can get Doyle in. And then we'll do Doyle and giveaways and all that. Oh my god! I almost hit a Renault full on in the face. Well, that wouldn't have been so bad. Texting and I hit the Renault. It's okay, sir. We'll forgive you. It was only a Renault. I wouldn't have even got points for it. You go into I-60, fair enough. It does look very bendy, this road, doesn't it? So we've just come out of Montpellier, right? We went over that massive bridge. We've taken a left off the A75, and now we're taking this insane-looking road. And it really is an insane-looking road. Look at that. All the way up to, well, north of Limoges, and then north again. Oh, this has actually got its own town name, look. Civaux. Got a text message saying, okay, Doyle's going to be on his way. Doyle hype! Oh, I can hear him. There's actually a wind turbine to the right there, look at that. The shadow casted on the ground. This road is very scenic. That's kind of what I hoped. Look at that. No, I don't have any 2013 or 14 S Reeves, that's what I'm saying. We started with the oldest one I could find. Mr. Doyle, we've been expecting you, sir. Why don't you come hither? Come on, boy. There we go. 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 People asking about you, pal. Right, you have to say hi and happy birthday. Look that way. Look that way. Hi. No, stop looking up there. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. There. Happy birthday. There you go. Because he had French fries. That was the link. Nom, 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 nom. Spam is real. Doyle's real. Oh, you're really schmacking tonight, aren't you? Just listen to the schmackinator go. I think he's better on top. Third hand hype and all that. At least you don't smell as bad today, Doyle. Yesterday he was a bit smelly. Oh, you do look like you need a bath, though. Good evening, Mr. Squirrel. How are you today?
Hello.
How are you, Mr. Squirrel?
I'm a bit bored. I'm a bit bored today.
Bored? Maybe you could bath Doyle then. Last one. Last piece for Sir Doyle. There he goes. Okay. Well, thanks for your time, Sir Doyle. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. See you later, bro. Down you go. Right. Let's give away some keys and stuff, shall we? Let's get back in the game. Mr. Carnage Heart, thank you for subbing. Welcome to the house, Carnage. Right, let's get back in drive. Where the heck are we in the world? I think we're on our wonderful, wonderful scenic road. From Montpellier all the way up to Limoges, and then we're going to this weird little town here called Civaux. Never even heard of it. Little village, I think. Right. Okay, it's just reset all of my gears, which is great. There we go. Game time, 6:45. You've been there for real? What's a Civaux? Wow, that truck nearly hit me then. It cut the bend so much. I wonder what wonderful sights we'll see down here. There's actually a rest area on the left, look. Shut up, I am using the SQRS, yeah. Left leg limping, you're welcome, sir. Baz, just another delivery since you missed the last one. Oh, come on. I didn't! I don't think. Only one thing about the giveaway, though. Don't click the giveaway, the gift link in the email, otherwise it will go to your account instantly. Baz, here's how I see it working, Baz. Right, I see what you're saying. Hang on, how can it go to my account? Because I'd have to physically log in, wouldn't I? I think I know what you mean. But surely I'd have to log in for that to work. And since they already have it, surely it would just say, you already have it. No, it doesn't fall off, Rodney. It just needed to, it just needed the little lug nut tightening up on the SQRS. Welcome to the village. Apple are building a driverless car. I don't know. Apple stuff tends to work, you know? Google have been building one for a long time. Scania are building driverless trucks. You know, they're all at it. There aren't that many British left-hand drive maps for OMSI. Sparrow. We did do one once, I think. The problem is that left-hand drive maps, the problem is you have to have left-hand drive buses to go with them. Otherwise the doors open up on the wrong side. Whoa. This has got some serious momentum. Steve, can I call you uncle? I would love my uncle. So can I call you uncle? Right, guys, I'm being abused. I'm being abused by my own moderators tonight. This is actual abuse. Mac and Dan, thank you for the resume. Welcome back. Yeah, find the door quick, Steve. Yeah, so applications to become moderators will be opening shortly, guys. Unfortunately, we just had a massive reduction in the team numbers. It wasn't expected. Dr. Dre? Dr. Dre, you know I'm only kidding, Squirrel Love, so are we there yet? 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 I remember going on holidays with my young kids in the back of the car. Basically acting like that. And it's that kind of time in your life when you need to... Sometimes you just kind of pull the car over into a little quiet lay-by on your way down to Devon. And you step outside and you walk into the trees and you go... Ah! And then you get back in the car and you're like, hi kids, should we go to Devon now? Oh my god, look at this tunnel. You're not allowed to put markers in the middle, what the heck? The only other thing that goes with "Are we there yet" is "I'm hungry" or "I need a wee." No-Tech TV, thank you for your support. Welcome to the house, No-Tech. That tunnel was crazy. Mr. Foprax, if I have subscribed for a year, then miss a month, you're starting from scratch. Think it would be based on how many months you have totally. Foprax, I honestly couldn't agree more. It should really show total months subscribed. I don't know why they work it that way, but yeah. Behind the scenes, in our database, we track it. We track total as well as consecutive. But Twitch only tracks consecutive. So you could be sub for 36 months, forget to pay for a month, and then when you sub again, it'll be back to 1. It's crazy. But it's always been that way. Double action only. I thought I would try donating to see what it does for my giveaway chances, Cap. Thanks for the generous raffle. It probably improves it, double action, I don't know. This is some bendy road here. Why does subs never win, Sniffer? Do you know where the door is? Oh, look at the castle. Awesome. Nice. Little village hype. The trees that are almost in the middle of the road. Look at this. This is cool. This is very, very quaint. You're having your first mince pie this season. I think I'm on my 3rd box, Pete. I'm not even joking. I've eaten quite a few minces. It is some nice scenery there. I can't admit. It's very, very French. It's too early to think about mince pies, MJ. Dude, I'm not even thinking about them anymore. I'm just eating them. The great thing about mince pies is they're a great little snack. And you know, you kind of walk in the kitchen. You know what it's like. We've all been there. You wander into the kitchen because you're hungry. You want a snack. First thing you do, you look for a packet of crisps. They're all gone. Everybody else is eating them. Next thing you do, mince pies. Right there. The most convenient snack ever. They don't really go off. They're like 6 months before they go off. They're in a little packet like that. And they're just enough as a little snack. They don't fill you too much. They're beautiful. And they go so well with a cup of tea. This is actually really scenic, this road. The thing is that, you know what bugs me, guys? If you look at the map, Look at the map, right? All you see here is a route. There's no detail on this route. There's no kind of villages marked. There's like a little roundabout there. There's no concept of there being a village here. And it should kind of show something on the map. It should kind of give you that information. They should be able to overlay it in some way so that you can at least see some detail. You know, what's a country road and what's a little village. Mince pies aren't on the shelf anymore. Oh man, I feel sorry for you. You gotta go, Administrator. Good night. Sebstar, I answered the question about Leeds. I think it was Thursday. Scandinavian Warrior. Thank you for your sub. Welcome to now, Scandinavian Warrior. Atlanta Dark. Atlanta Dark with the troll message of you don't like swimming then. I'm not answering, Atlanta Dark. I'm not answering that question. I can neither confirm nor deny that I like or do not like swimming. Exactly, Sebster. Gandalf the computer. Exactly. Why are you asking again then? I didn't look if I needed fuel or not. That should be okay. You like swimming, Chris. That's nice. Whoa, speed bump height. What the heck was that? Was that a curb? No, Marcus, I'm saving PO Box stuff. I guess it was a curb. I couldn't see anything else. There's so much detail on this road. My life. I bet you most people won't even come down this road. You've received my jumper, John James. Nice. Mr. Vrome, I was going to send in a troll message, but I couldn't think of something. So, hi Paul. By the way, do you like drive control? Yes, I like GPS mod as well, Vrome. It's a pity it's gone night time. I can't fast forward time though, otherwise we'll be super late on the job. The game is great in 4K. It actually works pretty well in 4K. Like from a frame rate point of view. Do you like Minecraft? I haven't played it for years. Dr. Dre, how about paddling? Do you like paddling? I know how I want to answer that one, but but I can't, Dre. I like dipping my ankles in the water, Dre. How's that? Yeah, so how many mods have we got now that we need to replace? It's at least 3. You want to look piggy in the eye? No, the best mince pies I've found this year are not Tesco, they're Aldi. But I've not tried the M&S ones. Or the Greggs one. The Greggs ones I didn't like last year, though. You've been following me and sub for 4 months because I had money problems. I don't know chat lots. I do enjoy the stream, especially the night trucking. OS Cherry. Honestly, OS Cherry, it's absolutely fine. Lots of people sub and lurk. They show their support, but they stay in the background. Fully appreciated. Dr. Dre. Thanks, Paul. Squirrel love. Dre, I hope you're enjoying yourself. You need to try the M&S ones, they're nice. I don't really go to M&S that much, Heapster, but I am looking at the road on my map and thinking, what the heck? What have I just let myself in for here? Look at this. We're going down. Chris94, if you don't like swimming, do you like splashing around? This is honestly getting weird. Banner45, maybe you don't like to swim because Greenpeace will throw you into the water again when you try to come up again, Kappa Kappa. This is getting really weird. This is a cool little town. Oh my god, look at this! Look at this little building here. There's actually things like that. I've seen this. Landmark tour 2 of 6. Apparently that's a landmark. Where is this? There you go. It's right at the end of that twisty road. Beautiful. Apache X, what about scuba diving? I can actually answer that on Apache X. I don't like scuba diving. I like to be able to swim down, knowing that I can swim back to the surface if I need to. What was that? Bourge or something? Wow, this is actually properly good. You don't like swimming. Really pretty. I'm trying to take it all in. There's like so much detail. You want to see France not care if you're late on the job? Where's the realism in fast forwarding time? Yep, the road is very quiet at night. Hannah Louise, oh god. Is Hannah going for another job as well? Did you know the horse long jump used to be in the Olympics? And the human long jump is longer than the horse record. Anyway, are we there yet? Can I have an ice cream? Are we there yet? This is actually a conspiracy. At this rate, I'm going to have no mods left to train up the new ones. What's the delivery time? ETA 2 hours and 20 minutes. Expected by the morning to the afternoon. Actually, I could probably forward it a few hours and it wouldn't make any difference. 1 second. How's that? Probably still get away with it. Can we stop from some ice cream? Yeah, no problem. Ice cream at 5 a.m. in the morning is quite easy to find after all. I already showed my force feedback settings, Aurora. You need to skip back to earlier in the stream. Unless you mean in the game. Chris94, do you like rafting? What the heck is it? Do you mean like white water rafting? I've never tried it. Looks fun though. Can we stop for some mince pies? Yeah, definitely. There's always time for mince pies. Mr. Panther Blue, thank you for 11 months. Swim? Lol. Scumbag. Rafting is cool, True Serim. I've never done it, but it does look fun. Also slightly dangerous. Which I suspect is why it's fun. Radish... Sorry, Rabid Sean, not Radish. Rabid Sean. Thank you for subbing. Welcome to the house, Rabid Sean. Jet skiing's fun, yeah. I like jet skiing. I need to get some fuel, I think, guys. We're getting low. Oh yeah. Look at that. Mr. Rose, 87, 19 months of awesomeness. Thank you, Mr. Rose. Crazy Kid 9559. Welcome to House Crazy Kid. Thank you for your support. It's beautiful. Dodgems. I actually don't like Dodgems that much. They're okay. But they're a bit brutal, you know? And the thing is about Dodgems now is they always... Oh god. They always tell you off. Like when you try and drive backwards, like, no, 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 go around the track this way. You're like, let me have fun. Paid for this. Am I missing something here? Are we missing a train? I'm feeling like we're missing a train. I had great expectations of a massive train going past. And now I'm slightly disappointed. Which... Oh! That is the quietest train I have ever experienced in my life. What's going on? It literally makes no noise. You know what? If I didn't know better, I'd say that that train is doing circuits. And this barrier is never going to move. I'm going to follow it. Legit Gamer, can I be a mod? Are we there yet? Can we go swimming at the weekend? I will buy ice cream, mince pies and cups of tea. Can I have your PCs, Aaron? Absolutely, Aaron. You can be a mod. If you're offering me mince pies, you're in. There's leaves on the line, guys. There's leaves on the line. Oh God, can I please have a shout out? Dear me. Dear me. Is that still a thing? Is he gonna come? Should I look beyond the hedge? Should I look beyond the forbidden hedge and see what's there? I looked! I peeked! Where does this way go? Oh my God! To infinity and beyond! Right, so, yeah, about this junction, guys. Let's put that one down to a little bug, shall we? Because I don't actually think that is ever gonna raise up. That's a bit weird, that one. Wow, why has a bunch of things just come through? Hing! What, has StreamTip just gone crazy? LFC board guy, so when his application forum's been available, oh, I know we need there yet, Steve keeps poking me. Let me speak to the team first, LFC. If they bribe me with mince pies, I might just forgive them. Joes141, can I call you King Squirrel? You deserve to be King of Yorkshire. Oh, Steve's not going to like that very much. Crazy Kid, thank you for the support. I think I already did you already. Mr. Rose, I did you. Legit Gamer, can I be a mod? I did that one. Lol Sokia, Paul, you know when it's raining and you put your wipers off, you park the car and switch off the engine. Do you like the wipers up or down, and why? I like them down and out the way because wipers are functional. They should never be up when it's not raining. They should be down, out the way. Does that make sense, Lord Sokia? Speed Cuba 1, hello Squirrel, keep up the good work. 2 months support, good question. Do you have toll roads in the UK? If so, do you have an automated way to pay? In the US, we have a thing called Easy Pass to automatically pay tolls in certain areas. We have some. There's one on the M6, it's the M6 toll, but also the Dartford Crossing has one. And the Dartford Crossing just reads your registration plate, and then you have to pay it some other time. The M6 toll you have to stop and pay, and they have an Easy Pass thing, I think. I hope that answers your question. 1 second. That was... Who was that? That was Speed Crusher. Speed Cuba, sorry. Dr. Dre, I'm sorry, Paul. Think me and Steve started something here, Roffle. I think it's time to move on from that, though. So how's the weather your end? It's going to be 14 degrees here on Wednesday. Lies. Lies, Dre. Unless you're moving to the south of France, it's not going to be 14 degrees on Wednesday. You live in Wales. You don't live in the south of France. Mr. John Fly, 3 months support. It's been a nice 90 days. Not. Thank you, John. Hope you're well, sir. Hope you are well. Joes151, you missed my last delivery. Did I not read it? Hang on. No, I read it. I just didn't get to it in time. Mrs. Frosty, good evening, Paul. I'm trying my hardest not to keep coughing, but the mods aren't helping by trolling you and making me laugh. Love the stream as always. Yachts 2 PS, can I have a flake in my ice cream? You can definitely have a flake in your ice cream, Mrs. Frosty. Whatever makes you feel better. I don't know if the Mersey Tunnel has one. Hell, I've not been there for a long time. Hellraiser. It's supposed to get milder by midweek. Let me have a quick check of my app to see what the weather's going to be. There's no way it's going to be 14 Celsius. Let's see. Wednesday. Thursday, 13 Celsius. Alright. Dre, you might hit 10. It's going to be 13 down here, and we're a lot sunnier down here than you. So you might get 10 or 11 out of it. I don't need trolls, I've got mods. Oh, this is nice here, look at this. Just the iPhone app. iPhone weather. Ooh. Very pretty. No, it didn't say it'd be sunny. It just said it would be warmer. A lot milder. Yes, thank you, Steve. Hannah Louise. I'm gonna get trolled again. Did you know that hitting your against the wall burns... Is this your head? Hitting your head against the wall burns 150 calories per hour. Is it time for a mince pie and a cup of Yorkshire tea? Yacht 2, Nutter for life. Steve's 85th takeaway. Blame Steve. Now that made me laugh. Steve, 85th takeaway. And that's this month, Hannah. I'm going to have a mince pie and a cup of Yorkshire tea right after the stream, Hannah. I think we can turn the main lights off now. Actually, it's supposed to be 13 Celsius all up to Newcastle on Wednesday. Wow. Is somebody putting a massive woolly blanket over the UK or something? Oh, this is it. What's that? Is that like a giant toilet? I can't imagine why a toilet needs to be so tall. Anybody want a digger? They sell them here. Ooh, forest. Hey Hoggy, how you doing, sir? Hope you're well. It's not a substation, it was a toilet. It had doors on it like a toilet. A substation doesn't need doors. You don't need to go in. It just sits there and does its thing. A toilet has a door on it. It was clearly a toilet. It was probably like men's on the ground, women's upstairs or something. Yeah, they do finance apple pie, yeah. But it's like Wonga. You can buy a digger with only 49.9% APR. Yes. What a bargain. When the bank interest rate is 0.5%. Woo! Can't see any margin there, can you? Oh yeah, look at this. Nuclear power plant hype. I suppose you want to know where this is. Well, it's in Savoie. It's a bit like Renault, but it's Savoie. Oh look, the train comes here, the mystery train. Nucleon. Hasn't France got like 4 nuclear power plants or something? We need a photo of this. That's gotta happen. Slide that down. Let's put that up. Now you see that there, right? You see that? It's got a little door at the bottom. That's the gents, okay? And that one there, it's got a door down there. That's the ladies. You see, that's how it works. The day we went to nuclear power plant. Vem, do you know what time France DLC is in European time? I don't know. Wow, checkpoint. What's going on? Lol. You all right there, Jeff? You got a bad back, mate. I'm going to bet you £1. He leans over again. £1. What? France has 58 nuclear power plants. Why the heck does it need 58 nuclear power plants? What the heck is wrong with them? 58? That doesn't even seem right. Trying to work out what they need a digger for. France DLC unlocks in 17 hours, says Apple Pie. I hope that answers your question, Vim. I know what it is. They're building another toilet. Probably 58 reactors. Yeah, it could be. 58 nuclear power plants doesn't sound right. Wow, this is like insanely detailed. Look at this place. This is crazy. This is like one drop-off point. Somebody really went to town on this. Let's drop off a digger at the distribution centre. That makes perfect sense. Lobhat, thanks for making it even a little bit better and letting me be part of this amazing community as my gerbil just died. Oh, he became 6 years old. Rest in peace, Phoenix. Squirrel love. Oh, Lobhat. Poor gerbil. Poor guy. There we go. Foprax, no photo allowed. I took a photo of the nuclear power station. I'm gonna have to pay copyright tax on that. Go nuclear, 1 of 5. Wait a minute, 1 of 5? Damage penalty. Oh, that was when we hit the yeah, I remember that. That's when the trailer hit the barrier thing. Where's your parking marker? So I use a mod that hides the pick up and drop off thingy. So instead of having a like if it was picking up a trailer from here, you normally get that big flashing thing around it. Well, you don't get that. What you get for the pickup is like a little X mark on the ground there in front of the trailer. And when you drop off, you don't again know where you're dropping off. But if you look at the back, it's not here now. You'll get 2 little uprights like that, and that's the designated drop-off point. I kind of feel like it makes it look a bit more realistic, you know? I want to know why it said 1 of 5, though. Oh, what is this? Where's nuclear? Deliver cargo to 5 nuclear plants in France. Wow. Deliver cargo to all the cargo airport terminals in France. Deliver diesel, LPG or petrol to all the truck stops in France. Blimey. Discover the following landmarks of France. Carcassonne, Milo Bridge, Tiger Tank, Perriat-le-Château, Chateau de Ventadeur and Chateau d'Uis, or Dus, requires DLC, yeah. Discover all the French cities, 16 to 23. Nice. So they added some achievements to it. Show the in-game force feedback settings. Dude, why? Why do you make people watch this? Where is it? There you go. Right down the middle. Exciting. Right, let's do... What time are we on? 9:30. We've got time for another delivery. Forklifts. Oh, we don't want to go that way. Oh, we'll go this way. We'll do this and then maybe another one because that's quite a short run. Scaffolding over to Bourge. Let's do it. I've got a feeling we're picking up from here, you know. Yeah, apparently Esru is one Scandinavian city I've not been to. Like, really? Okay, so if you look now, you'll see like a... Can you see that chalk X marker under the trailer there? On the ground? That's how we know it's ours. Which I think is nicer than a big flashing green thing. I think the mod is in the mod spreadsheet. What version of the game? I'm on 1.26, which is the only one that works in the... if you want to play France DLC, you need to have 126, and 126 does not work with Promods. So we're not using Promods at all. Nucleon. Wait a minute. This is a Nucleon trailer with scaffolding inside. Interesting. Signal box, good night, sir. Yeah, if you was here earlier, you heard Mandlesoft say that they're going to work on a compatibility patch for Promods, which will make it work with 126, but it won't work if you've got the Vive la France DLC. That's a second thing they're working on, which they hope to have out before Christmas, which will at least make it so that you can drive Promods and Vive la France. In the new year, they're then going to work on the next thing, which is effectively integrating what they've done with what SCS has done in France. And there'll probably then be dependence on Vive la France. You're writing out your CV tonight. Anyways, a great evening, Cornish Gnome. Good luck, whatever you're applying for. That is some nice drop-off point, that is. That is really impressive. Do you mind... No, you can probably go and watch the video, it'll tell you all that. My little Vive la France video tells you everything you need to know in 7 minutes. Wow, not many people working here. It must be a Sunday. Car park's empty. Do you know what? That trailer goes really well with this truck. Oh god. Oh well, rip. Sinpop199. Thank you for subbing. Welcome to Now Sinpop. Okay, let's have a look at the routing. See if we can go anywhere. Ooh, Saint Laurent. Or Saint Laurent, however you say that one. This way, that way, that way. That's about the best we can get, really. There is actually a discoverable up here, look. We'll have to grab that. Saint Laurent, I think is how you say that. What version am I playing? I literally just answered that. I'll let chat take that one. It's the only radioactive one. What is K-Max? I like these forests here. They're really nice. You've got a lot to do tomorrow, printing 25,000 letters. Oh my god. That's going to take a while, Chris. I hope you've got plenty of ink. No. Ooh. I tell you what, I don't like that colour green on that truck, on that Scania. Am I enjoying the winter? I never really enjoy winter that much, to be honest. It's not really my kind of season. Although, having said that, I like the fact that bed feels a lot nicer in winter, because it feels like nice and warm, but I never want to get out of bed, you see. So I think I should just hibernate. I think I'm going to hibernate in January. I think we'll get New Year's Day over, and then on the 2nd of January I'm just going to hibernate, and then I'll probably wake up. I'll wake up just before Pancake Tuesday, because I like pancakes. Let's do that. That sounds like a winner. Is that a farm over there? Is it right now? Chandelier or Mardi Gras for pancakes? Neither. We're talking pancakes, we're talking strawberries, chopped strawberries, Nutella. Like, they all work. You can go banana and chocolate. You can go a bit of sugar if you just want to go basic, bit of sugar, some lemon. That's the thing about pancakes, you can put all kinds of things on them. You might visit Chelmsford on a spring break. You could probably drive through it in about 5 minutes. It's not that exciting. It's not Easter. In February we have Pancake Day. Pancake Tuesday. French snails? Not going to happen in my life, Judge Wooden. Nope. Absolutely not. They can Lescar get out of here. He was at Chelmsford today in a place called Runwell. I've not heard of that. Will there be ADR Class 7 at least then in this DLC? Don't think so, Bez. Linville33. Welcome to House Linville. Thank you for your support. Frosty Jackalope sent a picture via Twitter of what Mrs. Frosty won in a Guess the Name competition. Great stream as always. I'll check that out later, Frosty. I won something in one of those competitions once, years ago, and my son still has it. It was like this big, soft toy dog. It's like a black and brown dog. It's really cute. And they had a list of names, and you had to guess the name. And I can't explain this, but I just looked at the sheet and went, Bruno. And it was bang on. I don't know what it was. I didn't even look at the names that much. I just looked at them and went Bruno. It's obviously Bruno. I'll have that name there. And then I won it, and my son still got it to this day. It's awesome. About 10 years old, that thing. But I'll check it out later, Frosty. I like these, if you think about what these rest stops look like now compared to what they used to look like in UK, you know, like early days Eurotruck, they're just like chalk and cheese. Do I like Marmite? I can tolerate it on like one piece of toast and that's it. It's quite salty. Chris 94, it's good working in a graphics department. I did get approved to be an apprentice there. My plan further is graphics engineering. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what that is, Chris. Graphics engineering. We've got a bit of a convoy going on here. Yep, I like garlic bread. Love garlic bread. Oh, a toll booth. How quaint. €40. Wow. They must collect some serious money at these places. I wonder how much money that toll booth gets a day. You saw the Dacia Duster, what do you mean? You've always wanted to open your own toll booth and just rake in the money. Can you imagine that, Captain Jack? Just making your own toll booth. That'll be £5, please, every time somebody drives through. I think there's a rail bridge above us. A guy already did that in the UK, Black Hawks, though. Like, seriously, how long could you get away with that? Nias, I don't know yet. I've still got to confirm the whole Christmas stream schedule. But I will tell you that next week I'm at Insomnia, so bear that in mind. So I won't be streaming on the Friday, because I'll be at Birmingham. And then on the Saturday, I'll be streaming from the NEC, but we'll be doing what we did last time, if you remember, where there'll be me and like another few people streaming on this channel on Saturday. And then after that, it's back to normal, all the way to Christmas. Yeah, I need to confirm things with my brother about what's happening with my mum to see whether she's coming down and all that. And then confirm what we're doing New Year's Eve. It's so very French, this DLC. Don't you think if you could own your own company trucks on the road? What, you mean in the game? I think they're vineyards on the left, aren't they? Grapes and stuff. You know, I'm looking at this now and it feels like a hot summer's day. And considering the middle of December right now, this looks so weird. I need to come down here with the autumn mod or the winter mod, it'll look completely different. Heapsy UK, I'm driving my Scania, but in the cab volume is quiet. Oh god. Oh my god. I'm guessing we're going that way. Why does console commands turn up the sound width? Hang on. S_interior volume, I think it is. Yeah, there you go. S_interior_ volume. There's a list of them, Andy. There's like a web page. Just Google for Euro Truck console commands. There's a page that lists like a bunch of them. Look at that for a pickup point. That is really nice. Like it's a farm, but you go up a little dirt track onto it. Lots of little details though. No, the cheat stuff doesn't work anymore, Pepper-Rays. They compile it out. They compile it out of the game. Hey, what is that? Anybody know what that is? There's actually a plane there. Is that a plane? What is that? Is that a bird? I don't know, is it for the airport? It's like some kind of radar mast to me. I doubt it's for the airport, it's too far away. Wind turbine hype. It seems like it's in the middle of nowhere though. Teddy38, how you doing? Very scenic. A water tower? What was the three things for? The three layers for then, if that was a water tower? Might be an outer marker radar mast at the airport. Well, that would be more believable. It seems pretty big, though. Do the freight airports for transport fever work? I don't know. Somebody said it does, but I've not tried it. Keep seeing Renaults every now and again, have you noticed? Every now and again a Renault's like, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Almost 3,000 kilometers in one evening. Niels. Don't know how much we've done, to be honest. Uh-oh. Not the rail crossing, please. It's like grain silos and everything. Huge detail. What, not more Promods then, Squirrel? What do you mean, MK? The title still says special guest. Okay, let me remove it. Because it must be confusing some people. Okay, changed. Done. Nordic Links, hello Paul, got a question for you. I've been trying to find the mod that hides the pickup box as well as the mod for custom lighting, but I can't find them in the spreadsheet. What are they called? The custom lighting. Do you mean like the real headlights one, or do you mean the hella illuminators, or do you mean... See, I've just been driving past my pickup one now. Nordic Links. I don't know, I showed it on the profile. Can nobody else remember? Can anybody else remember? When I showed the profile, what it was called? And as for the one that hides the pickup box, it's called something like no trailer marking. Which is in the... I'm sure that's in the Steam Workshop, no trailer marking. No trailer mod. It's something like that. Improved headlights is one of them. I don't think that's the one he's on about, though. No trailer symbols is in the workshop. Yeah, you can find that in the workshop, definitely. The other one, I don't know which one you want exactly. Thank you, HDG Small. No trailer symbols. Is that what it's called? No trailer symbols, Nordic. And it is in the workshop. Right, so you see there on the right? That's our drop-off point. Because that's what you get instead of the flashing green thing. You get those markers there. Any Discord tonight? I don't know, Transifan. I either finish now and do Discord, or I do another job and don't do Discord. What's your preference? it's so hard to judge depth off that mirror. I keep trying, but it's just so hard. It's ridiculous. Trying to reverse in this game on offside is so hard. You found a Denmark map for Transport Fever. Recommend that you do it when you finish the map in the UK. That's going to be a bit smaller, isn't it? What's the scale on that? Bon Voyage, 17 of 23. Let's see what jobs are in the thingy. I think there's a point up here we need to go to as well. We've got a bunch of places we've not even been. Milk? Been there. Too far. Rennes? That's where we came from, isn't it? Paris? Le Mans? What was that? Potato? Why does Le Mans need potatoes? Too far. Nantes, nice. That's going back the way we came. We can either do Paris to Rennes, which means we could possibly go through there, maybe, and then through Le Mans. Or we just take potatoes to Le Mans for 284. That's basically the same as that one, but slightly extended, and we've already been to Rennes anyway. Let's just go to Le Mans. But it ends in 55 minutes, which is a bit shy. So, hang on a sec. Paris loves to rebuild. Maybe we should do that next week then. Because we're not going to get to look around Paris, are we? We've still got plenty of cities to look at next week. And we can do Paris properly. I don't really want to rush it, you know. Right, the job is up there, so I think what I'll do is I'll discover this and then we'll fly up there. I don't think we'll drive there in 55 minutes. Tatties to Le Mans, it is. Found the details back out. So in 2014, some guy in Somerset opened a private full toll road to private land. After the main road was closed due to a landslide, he was getting around 1,000 cars per day using it and charging him £2 for time. To be honest, that's fair play. That's his road. He's entitled to charge for usage on it. Oh wow, we're gonna go through a toll booth. I don't know, Matty, I'm just trying to go with what I think the majority wants, which is more driving. I could be wrong. Wait, where the heck? Oh, I've gone the wrong way. I was following the flipping thingy. What I wanted to do was grab this. It's a Renault dealer. Okay. Let's go up here and get this job. Ooh, it's the farm. It's one of these farms that you drive up to. Look at this. Now this is like a proper farm. This is cool. Tried to scan here for a Renault. Yeah. Not gonna happen, pal. That's the wrong trailer. That's completely the wrong... I'm just sitting there going, okay, why is that not collecting? There it is. I should be able to take those things. I got this. That's better. Ooh. Interesting trailer for potatoes. If only you could speak to the other truck drivers in the game and shout at them saying you are driving a Renault. Yeah, but they're just like computers, aren't they? They don't care. Oh, do I press T? Nice, okay. Hey! Press W on your pedal to drive forward. Is that what it is? Actually, I just basically press pedals down. I'm new to this. Jay Spence, good night, sir. There's a mod to remove the spinny collecting icon with a sewer plate. Yeah, that could get awkward though. A sewer plate. I'd want something a little bit more obvious. See, why did they block that road off? You should be able to drive down there. Just block it off further up. Yep, it's the last delivery, super. I don't know, I think we've done pretty well. Could a guy replacing the spin and drop off work? What do you mean? It would work, it just wouldn't show the green thing. Oh wow. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? ...2016 highlight reel. Still collecting the thingies, to be honest, Train Symphony. LOL slow Scania. LOL. Sorry, I'm not playing GTA. Do you recommend the sound fix mod? I always use it. It's in the Steam Workshop. It's a good mod. They seem to update it quite frequently. It's on like version 17 now or something. But I like it. It adds some nice ambient sounds to the game. Excuse me. How many tolls have we paid tonight? That's an interesting question. Let's just say quite a few. Sorry for driving my Scania too slow tonight, guys. The Scania won't do any more speed. You know, it tries. Poor thing. It's only got like 620 brake. It can't cope with it. Now, if I had a Renault, I could probably do at least 120 down here. Malcolm Harkness, thank you for 4 months, Malcolm. Mr. Whiteland, did you know the plastic thing they put in the middle of a pizza when they transport it to you is called the box tent? That name doesn't make any sense though, Whiteland. Why is it called the box tent? I know they put one in the cooked pizza. You only get like a pizza delivery, and they put one in the middle to stop the box from collapsing. I guess it does make a name. Yeah, box tent, because it kind of holds it up like a tent peg, doesn't it? It does have some sense to it. Dad's car has the same horsepower. Can your dad's car pull 47 ton of stuff? No, but it can go from 0 to 60 in 4 seconds, go. So what? I don't care. I'm obeying the speed limit. Wow, it's actually flipped it into low again. Scumbag game. Oh, that's alright. I'll stay in this lane. It's gonna rain. I can feel it. It's getting misty. It's got that kind of I'm gonna rain feeling. Oh, it's raining! My rain sensors were tingling. Yeah, what he means is, you know when you get a pizza box and they have a pizza in it, and inside there's like a little plastic circle with 3 prongs on it. That's called a box tent, apparently. Does the France DLC have speeding radar every 10 kilometers like in real life? I don't know about every 10. I don't think it does. I think they're trying to strike a balance. Because I remember American Truck Sim had cameras like every 5 meters. That was annoying. To the point where people just turned it off. Is that a train? No. Canada has no auto-speed radars. They don't have those tents in Germany. Our boxes are stable enough not to touch the pizza anyway. I've had German pizza. The box is a bit more plasticky, not cardboard. Which means it's probably less recyclable, Baz. But I can't say it was that much stronger. You know what I didn't do? Didn't actually check the map. There's no other way though, really. We could have gone that way, but it's still road we haven't seen either way. Hey, Billy the Model, how you doing? Why do they put a little table on pizza? Pizza saver, box tent, pizza table, pizza tripod. What? You lost me. Yeah, this was in, Baz, it was in, Cologne. And I must admit, the takeaway pizza was not very good. It was a pizza place down the road from the hotel that delivered to the door, which was quite nice. Getting pizza delivered to your hotel room is awesome. It's like the ultimate laziness. You sat in your hotel room, you're like, watching TV, oh, I just fancied some pizza. Pick the phone up, the door, and you just walk like 5 meters, thank you. I prefer Discord or TeamSpeak. Discord is better in many ways, but, and it's also free, you might add, whereas TeamSpeak requires a server where you have to buy a license. But TeamSpeak has a few features that Discord doesn't have, and one of the most missing features, I think, is when you're in a voice chat room with somebody. With TeamSpeak, if you go into a room, each room has its own text channel as well. So when you're in a room talking to people, you can just like post links to them quite easily. Discord doesn't have that. If you go into a voice room, it has no associated text room, and I think that is really annoying. It should create a temporary room. So that's missing. Also with Discord, you can't set up rooms that you can like whisper to, so we kind of use that on Farm Sim. So me and Steve can press the button and then whisper to everybody that's in the server. Doesn't have that either. And Discord every now and again, as you saw, just seems to go a bit derpy. Whereas TeamSpeak's pretty reliable. But Discord does way more things than TeamSpeak does. So it's like, it is on the whole better, but there are some things that TeamSpeak does that Discord doesn't do. Also, the permission system on Discord is way easier to deal with than TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak comes from a different generation, different era. Can I make a multiplayer tutorial? No, I don't play it. I did do one years ago, though. Haven't got yourself on the Discord yet? It's on the to-do list. It takes about 5 minutes. You could take it off the to-do list in, like, the time it takes for me to get down this road. O2 Gaten, it's unfortunately English only chat in the server, in the Twitch channel. You can make your own server for free. What, in Discord you can, yeah. So T, yeah. Thanks for the fine, Mr. Squirrel. I just did a car. Thanks for the fine.
Oopsies.
Blame you for that one. How do you join Discord, Sylvester? We've got a forum post that tells you. It's quite simple. If one of the mods can link it. Next time you're in France, you need a toll counter. Yeah. You know, if I didn't have, what is it, 403 million in the bank, I'd be quite annoyed about that little fine, though. She sounds really sorry, Selmy. Oh yeah, she always is. I like Discord so much I don't want to leave the server. I've told you what to do, Trenton Fan. You've got a right to Santa, bro. You've got a right to Santa. What would I do without a sim? That's kind of hard to explain. Is the trailer damaged? No, the truck's got damaged, but the trailer's not. Why is the shoulder line not solid? You need to buy another DLC to get solid lines. Can you believe somebody... You know, somebody on my... I don't know if you guys saw the Vive la France video, but somebody posted a comment, which I ended up replying to, which was something about... I only wish EA made a truck simulator. Like, what? If EA made a truck simulator... So I basically replied saying no, nobody wants that. And then some other guys like, yeah, have you not seen him with like some of the games, like they've got an amazing graphics engine? And then somebody replied going, yeah, and let's just see, this would be a DLC, that would be a DLC, that would be a DLC, every truck would be a DLC, every country would be a DLC. Like, nobody wants this, bro, honestly. Unbelievable. I don't think there's any danger of EA ever getting into simulation games, though. Well, not truck ones, anyway. Well, this is, like, massively built up. Look at this. This is really cool. Yeah, every cargo type would be a DLC as well. Dear me. Isn't The Sims a sim game? On some weird level, maybe. Iveco truck dealer. Oh, it's round the back of here, isn't it? Look. Round the back of Lisette Logistics. If EA built a truck sim, they'd probably put flipping... What would they put in it? They'd probably put, kill combos in it or something. Some other rubbish. Where are we? Trying to judge this turnout with that tiny bit of mirror. Nope. Streetlight DLC. They could have a headlamp DLC as well. Oh, you want to drive at night? Yeah, you've got to purchase the license to do that. You've got to get a 1-month subscription to night driving. There we go. How do you turn off the parking box? You just basically go into options gameplay and then you select on the parking difficulty. Instead of having always select, you can choose between safe or skilled or go random. I always have it on skilled. But if you do that, it stops him from popping up basically. See? Look at that turnaround there. Cab over trucks. That's the one thing they're really good at. Nip over here. This looks like a nice restaurant. I better get some pizza. Yeah, we'll just pull up on the front though, why not? And why not? Guys, thank you so much for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed this evening's entertainment, Sunday Night Trucking. That was Vive la France. We've seen quite a bit of it. If you look at our journey, you can more or less track it. We went like this way, all the way around down there. Went right to the south of France, came all the way back up again. Quite a bit of driving there. I'll play it again next Sunday as well. We'll finish off the rest of France, although by that time, it does come out tomorrow, so you'll probably already have it by then. Maybe you won't have driven all of it, though. So we'll have some more fun next week. Maybe take it in a different truck next week. What is that trailer? Bovis. That is the end of the week's streams. As you know, I wasn't here on Friday, so the playlist will have Thursday, Saturday and Sunday kicking off about 10 minutes after I finish. I'll be back on Thursday. I won't be streaming Friday because I'll be going to Birmingham. And then on Saturday, I'll be at the NEC I-59. If you're going, come over to the ASUS booth and say hi. I'll be live streaming from there through the day. So the stream will be live all day next Saturday, but I'll be at the ASUS booth. And then Sunday, we're back to trucking. Then after that, we're pretty much normal for the rest of the year. No Discord, Trains fan. I did say one more journey or Discord. I did say that. I thought that was obvious. Can you please give some love and GG's in the chat for all on the mod team who've been moderating today. We've had a very, very busy evening, guys. Thank you so much for being here. But the mods have done a terrific job. We did have a few trolls in, but we've had a massive amount of fun, I think. It's been a good evening. And thank you to Mandlesoft for joining me, to Pavel from SCS for donating those keys, and to all of you for supporting the stream and being here and being an awesome community. Thank you so much. And I shall be back in a few days' time. Tomorrow, I shall be making videos as usual. Right, I'm out of here because I want to get a mince pie and a cup of Yorkshire tea. Have a great evening. And you as well. You guys are awesome. See you in a few days. Have a great week. Love you all. Good night.